All right. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. You know, I think to myself sometimes, dangerous prospect. I know, awful prospect for me to do. But I think to myself about Batman villains, and not a favorite one of mine is the Penguin. I don't think much of the Penguin. However, he does have my favorite quote in all of Batman. Is my favorite, most clarifying form of a villain. And it is this sequence of panels right here, which I will read aloud. Maybe it was just a coincidence that the chef laughed while looking in the penguin's direction. Maybe he just happened to think of something funny. Some joke he'd heard the other day while glancing around the room. Maybe there was nothing miraculous about it at all. It really didn't matter. And so they enjoyed their dinner and evening, and the penguin never said a word about the chef who'd laughed. But a few days later, that building had a new owner, and the restaurant was forced to close, its employees all fired. And the day after losing his job, the chef found that his girlfriend had suddenly been deported to Romania, and that his best friend arrested for child pornography, despite his insistence that he was framed. And the day after that, a new tenant moved in next door and began blasting their stereo at all hours of the day and night. The landlord stopped taking his calls. The church he attended was closed for fumigation after a bizarre infestation of killer bees. The park where he liked to sit and read was annexed and bulldozed. And the chef, who was a recovering alcoholic, woke up one morning to find a 24-hour liquor store had opened across the street from his apartment. Less than 2 months after he'd crossed paths with the penguin, a night janitor found the chef in a bus station restroom. He'd hanged himself. And that is the perfect description of a Batman villain to me. Taking pettiness to the utmost level and making it beautiful, poetic, eloquent, terrible, but you cannot look away. And really, can you call them wrong?
I mean, yeah, he laughed. That was so rude.
He was. Hendrik was crueler, and I respect him for it.
Very nice, very nice. Welcome, everybody, to this... I don't even know how to... my brain is already failing. I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool. Welcome to Design Dorks Gaiden. We're here, we're talking. I'm Pyrr, that's Duke. We talk about video games and stuff. I apologize, I am getting over 2 weeks of laryngitis. And this is me struggling and me doing the best I can. My throat is currently boiling in 4 drops of oregano oil, and it feels like there's a small fire in there. So hopefully that will get me through.
Yes, well, hopefully we'll do this now. I am post my first semester of finals and jumping into summer semester with online classes, which is...
Oh boy.
Just... I'd say my brain is fried, but that just feels like an understatement. It's more just kind of charcoal at this point. But
that's fine.
We'll make this work nonetheless.
Yep, we're just going to barrel right on through. So without further ado, you want to talk about video games?
I would love to talk about video games. Do you want me to go first?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So, didn't have much time for many things this month. I have a couple of bigger stories this time, but I will quickly rattle through these smaller ones. Last month was a couple of family birthdays, so my family got together just to play a couple of games together, which naturally meant we were bringing out the old GameCube and going through a few of our staple games. The first of which was Mario Kart Double Dash, which is a game I don't want to introduce to the audience, I'm sure.
No. It was probably made before most of them were born.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Fair point.
That game is 21 years old.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we're back!
Didn't want to think about that. Alright, but yeah, Double Dash. For those two of you that don't know, this was the weird outing on the GameCube for the Mario Kart series where they tried to do have two racers on the same carts, and then kind of leaned into that with having, say, like, Mario gets fireballs as his item, and then Peach gets those weird circling hearts that picks up items, Yoshi gets the egg, Wario gets bombs. Character-driven... Oh, gosh, my voice is cracking too already. This is great! Character-driven,
It's okay, you got this.
like, item selection, which I think items are where Mario Kart is at its best. Like, track design is fine, it's fun seeing the Mario Karts, like the Mario universe translated into racetrack formats, but you don't really do it for the racing. It's more for just the kind of party-centric item gameplay. I think it's very fun here. There's just something delightful about going through Baby Park with Baby Bowser and just watching the Bowser shell collide all over the place.
That is the only good version of Baby Park they've ever made, because the center divider doesn't stop shells.
Exactly.
In every other Mario Kart, it does.
100% agreed. 100% agreed. It was a delightful time, but I think I just hit a point where I don't enjoy the racing genre as a whole all that much. Like, I still had fun. It's still a great game from my childhood, but I don't know. The spark was kind of just gone this time around. Just very much going through the motions.
The thing with Double Dash for me is that it's a very heavy game. I believe it's the only Mario Kart where when you drift, you don't jump at all. So the karts have a lot of weight to them, and it ends up feeling like a much stiffer game due to that. And it ends up, due to that, being much more reliant on its item system.
I think I'd agree with that. It does lead to fun instances where, because of how stiff it is, it feels like you can just launch smaller karts away from you much more easily. Like, if you're playing as a heavy character and you're driving past Toad, Toad just goes flying.
Oh yeah, it's a totally unique feel. It's great. There is no reason to use any cart other than the boo pipes, because they're so good. You just get the acceleration of a little man, but you have a big fat ass. It's amazing.
For sure, for sure. I like a lot of the tracks in this game. It's an adorable experience, but again, just kind of a fun time with family and friends.
I agree. What's your favorite course?
Ooh, that's a good question. Again, Baby Park with the Bowser shells is just phenomenal. I am very fond of Wario Coliseum.
That's a good one.
DK Mountain as well.
Okay, that's the answer we were looking for. Great.
I'm sure. And I've always had a soft spot for this one's Rainbow Road.
I think it has a great road and a great castle.
Oh yeah, Bowser Castle too. It's got some good stuff in it.
It's the first one with the giant robot Bowser.
Yeah, exactly.
I love him.
And then on top of Mario Kart Double Dash, the other like staple party game for the family is Mario Party 7.
This is live, Gavin. Continue.
And YouTube is just being so slow today, so it is very difficult to get any sort of background footage going. It's fine.
Mario Party 7 was the one that has playable dry bones, and you'll remember it for Pagoda Peak and little else.
Indeed. Pagoda Peak is the only board that you play on that, but it's such a good board, though. It was the board that we played, of course, because
yes,
it's Mario Party 7.
You said you played Mario Party 7. One would assume.
I've always had a soft spot for this. Well, I mean, soft spot for this one in particular. It's the only one I played throughout my childhood, so logically, it's going to be the one I have the soft spot.
Well,
for.
yes.
But I really like the interaction with orbs in particular in this game. For one, again, there's the character-centric, like everybody's got their own specific thing that they can use on the other characters. I just think that's fun.
Yeah, it makes every plumber worthless.
For sure. And then I also, again, Pagoda Peak centered, but I really enjoy the board design of that specific one. It really kind of chaotically values how quickly you can get up the mountain versus like maybe trying to hit those happening spaces to try to change the cost of the stars. For those that don't know, you just keep climbing to the top of the mountain, and then it sends you back after that. Every time someone gets to the top where they can buy a star, the cost of the star will go up to 10, up to 40, and then it will reset back to 10.
I do find it interesting. It's one of the only boards in 7 where the slow shroom does not spawn.
Right, it doesn't. I've never thought about that before, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And this has a lot of fun happening spaces centered around either getting yourself up to the top of the mountain faster or changing the cost of the star before someone can get to it.
Did you go into the Cave of Wonders and get the Master Koopa t-shirt?
I did indeed go into the Cave of Wonders and get the Master Koopa t-shirt.
Oh, thank God.
So fun. So fun. This game in particular was absolutely fantastic because one of my sisters, absolutely sweetest person on the planet, the kind of person that instead of a swear jar, she'll have a sorry jar that she has to put money into because she won't stop apologizing for literally anything. Absolute sweetheart. So it's really funny in these games where entirely outside of her control, the game will force her to be the biggest possible bully you can imagine.
Oh,
Just
good.
on every single happening space that screws me over in particular, because of course, why wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I believe she directly took 2 stars from me, prevented me from getting 2 more, and actively sabotage everyone else to be the winner of the game completely on accident. And it was just
that's good. Oh, I
delightful.
respect her. That's some hustle.
Right, exactly. Just a grand old time. Love this game. Like, it's 7 in particular, as soon as you're done with the Pagoda Peak games, you're kind of just done with it, but it's a nice thing to come back to every now and then.
I like Windmillville. I think Neon Heights can be fun.
I would agree or disagree if I remembered anything from those other boards. It's been
Neon
so
Heights
long.
is the one where you can shoot Toadsworth.
Oh, right! Okay, yeah, so there's some joy to be found there.
Yeah.
Also, some really solid mini games in 7. The
I think there are highs and lows.
In particular, I can't remember what it's called. Booksquirm? Is it Booksquirm?
Booksquirm is from 4.
I could swear that's also in 7, or at least a
It
variation
is not.
of it is in
You
7.
are incorrect.
All right, I'll take your word for it because I'm not nearly as familiar. But there's some good ones in there. There's some solid ones.
Yeah, there are. There's also the one where you hit the block and will give you 1, 2, or 3 coins, and that's the game.
This is true.
Or 0.
This is true. That's it for 7, though. On top of the little family excursions, I've also still been doing some streams to pass the time. XCOM 2, still going strong. Oh gosh, it's just not going to let me load the background footage for this. God, it's fine.
Sad.
It's just YouTube as well. It might be another pass of ad blockers, just being like, oh, we're gonna be super duper slow on you. Go ahead and turn that off and get your premiums.
Oh, right, that. Yeah.
Yeah, this just is not working. So we might have to go with that background footage. That's fine.
All right.
But yeah, XCOM 2 has continued to be absolutely hilarious. We're finally getting to a point that I'm starting to unlock, more specific, you can have fire rounds or acid grenades or things like that, which creates just really fun. I can dive deeper into, okay, Zuko gets every single fire thing imaginable. Or, Sogeking gets, armor-piercing rounds to mimic that he's always finding the proper chinks in the armor. But there's been a handful of just completely natural narrative beats that have been absolutely fascinating. Well, not fascinating, hilarious. For example, Sogeking tragically died. He ran into a massive just sack of meat known as a berserker in these games, with 12 foot tall. They punch you and you die. But for some
he shouldn't
reason,
do that. He's going to live forever.
Well, hold on. It gets better. For some reason, with a handful of characters we've been playing with, the game keeps naturally creating duplicates of them.
Right, I saw that.
Yeah, that was Howie's in particular. I'll talk about that in a second. But when I tried to get another Reaper, which was the class that was Sogeking, I got another Sogeking. So what we decided is that originally he wasn't able to come and sent his friend Sogeking in his place. Upon hearing about the heroic sacrifice of Sogeking from Sniper Island, Usopp decided that, you know what, now is my time. I've got to come join the battle to avenge my friend Sogeking from Sniper Island. Different people, of course.
I can't believe it.
And you will fight on in Sogeking's name. He may rest in peace, but Usopp will honor his memory.
They just have the fucking mask buried. Because that's all they found of his body.
Exactly. It was just a delightful, like, oh, this is perfect. I couldn't ask for something better. And then in particular, there was one soldier that someone created named Howie D. Falo, which is... I can't remember who submitted. I think it was Travis Nakahara. Where it was a sectoid that was trying to infiltrate XCOM, but got hit on the head and just kind of lost all their powers. So it became a very sort of wholesome, like, oh yeah, I'll help you guys out. I have amnesia. But the game just keeps spawning Howies.
Okay.
Like, we've seen 4 so far, including the original.
Uh-huh.
So it seems like, from a narrative perspective, that Advent keeps trying to send sectoids in, and the same goddamn thing keeps happening.
And they keep getting Goku'd every time.
Exactly. So now we just have an army of, I believe we have Howie, Owie, and Wowie. And we're just apparently just going to keep running down the list. It's been absolutely hilarious, and I can't wait to see how it keeps evolving.
Now, is this due to the mods that you have installed, or is this natural XCOM 2 behavior?
It's not supposed to be, so I think the mods are interacting with... Like, I can set past soldiers to spawn in as either, like, future soldiers or engineers or whatever, but I don't have that set up for the soldiers we have now. But for some reason, it's just latched onto Howie and decided, no, this one in particular, this one is going to be everywhere.
These are my boys!
Precisely. Just been absolutely hilarious. And on top of that, I just want to give a shout out to 3XHS, who has taken their character, her name's Lee Doon, in this story, and is actively writing journal entries about every single mission that she goes on.
Oh,
like,
that's so cool.
Having an actual separate side narrative of... Like, she's got this whole, like, maybe she's going to betray XCOM because one of the chosen assassins that are coming after us have information that she needs. It's just been so fun watching how people are embracing this in various ways.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so for anybody that's watching, I would highly recommend checking those out.
When is the next one?
Next one, I don't think I'll be up to it after this stream. I have math homework, and I need to get to that. But it will probably be the next week after either the roundtable or whatever Peasant's Perspective I decide to do next Saturday.
All right.
Yeah, it's great fun. Also, just started 2 days ago, I have started playing Starcraft 2 with Tarvald's Quest and one of his viewers, Husser. And that has been so much fun.
I saw parts of that. I harassed you. It was fun.
You harassed us indeed, and it was, oh gosh, it was some of the most stressful experiences I've had streaming a game, because where XCOM 2, that's a pretty simple game to stream. Because, like, it's turn-based, you can easily pause and look at the chat. Real-time strategy games are some of the most mentally intensive games to play. So when you're trying to do that, it just doesn't work. But oh my god, it's been so much fun. I have done this 3-player campaign setup before. I think I've talked about it before on the podcast as well, but that was with my family members, who I am much, much better than, so I have to kind of play on a difficulty that's I can just breeze through.
Yes.
Tarval and Husser are both better than me, so we are pushing ourselves to our limits. And it has been just an absolutely chaotic slaughter. Almost every mission will start with us not knowing where the difficulty is going to come from, and just getting bulldozed for, like, the first 2 encounters. But that creates a really, really satisfying excursion where, like, okay, we're getting absolutely overwhelmed for this time around. Maybe I need to build bunkers at the entrances at the beginning, or maybe we have to really, like, speed run perfectly through this initial segment so we keep as many units as possible. and then
It
just
is so
slowly build
funny
from there.
watching you funny watching you find the ways that people enjoy games like platformers and the experience that people will have playing those games, and then deciding, no, I don't like that. Bring me back to StarCraft.
I like.
Because you are experiencing exactly what I feel every time I go, like, the jump is hard. Yay.
Well, yeah, but I like juggling multiple things at the same time. I like my units. I want to control armies. You can't do that in a platformer. Could you even build a platformer under that? That'd be fun. Be fascinating, even.
Yeah, imagine, what if it was like 2D and had Pikmin and they went, hey.
Are you really using Hey Pikmin
I'm saying
as a potential
that
example
Hey
for
Pikmin is your bridge to loving platformers. It's the only way.
Clearly. I never knew. But there was one mission in particular I want to tell the story of because it was absolutely hilarious.
Yes.
There was a mission, it's called Redstone. It's basically an economy rush where you're trying to gather 8,000 minerals from across the map, and you have to have that, like, banked in your stockpile. You can't spend it on units. But you're constantly being attacked, so you have to spend money to defend yourself from the attacks. You have to find a nice balance between those. In this mod that we're playing, like Evil Tactics is what the setting that we're on is, we can't afford not to spend all our money, which creates this extremely stressful situation where we're hitting a point where we might be soft-locked from winning the mission because we've literally mined out all the resources on the map. This resulted in a 45-minute slog where we are desperately trying to, like, find individual little pickups around the map, like sending one soldier off on his own to try to dodge around the enemies to grab the pickups before he dies.
Good.
And hilariously,
this is what I love.
And hit a point where I'm not sure if the AI bugged or they just ran out of money, but we hit a point where they were no longer able to send anything at us apart from, like, the most basic of basic units. So they can no longer hit anything that flies in the air, which the Terran faction that we're playing as, our buildings can lift up and land on the ground. So we can like put our workers in the buildings, lift them up. They all be swarming around, land a building somewhere else, and they leave to go destroy that building. It's just this weird, like, hot potatoing around the map to just, by a razor's edge, barely win the mission. It's just a great time.
No, that's how you remember things. It's things go wrong, and you have to use every little bit of knowledge and every exploit you can find in order to survive. I think those are the best stories to tell in genres like this.
Absolutely agreed. And we've had some absolutely crazy ones. I would recommend people skipping around a little bit if they go check that, because some instances are just kind of stalemates. We're trying to build up to a point that we can survive.
Well, it's learning.
No, absolutely. And the learning pays off in some fantastic ways. But that's all the small ones I've got.
All right.
What about you?
I was very sick, so I had the opportunity to play a lot of video games. So I have a lot of small ones that I cleared or started or did things in. First of which is the Game Boy Color version of the Pokemon trading card game.
All right.
Do you have any familiarity with the Pokemon TCG? Either the game, the card game, any form?
I used to think it was the coolest thing as a kid, and I was able to get, like, 10 cards of my own, but I was never well off that I could actually play the game myself. So it was kind of something, just an envious spectator of the game.
Gotcha. I collected the cards with my mom. We wanted to get all 151 of the original Pokemon from the first 3 sets, and we did. And I used to have binders of those, and those are gone.
Oh.
But that's okay. We were happy with it, and they were lovely and organized in Pokedex order. It was fun. But yeah, the Pokemon TCG basically takes those first 3 sets of the game, enough to get all 151 Pokemon in there and a couple variants, and says, okay, what if we do like a gym challenge with it? Just build a deck, go around, be the very best. There's an Elite Four. There's a champion who will be your rival, who's a dickbag the entire game. We'll throw in some of the movie promos and call it a day. And it has a fantastic soundtrack. It does really, really clever things with the Game Boy Color's limited color palette in order to bring a lot of those original Pokemon card art to life.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, I was going to wait for him to finish before I told him, but it looks like Discord just crashed on its own. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Don't worry, my friends. We'll figure this out. How's everyone doing today? Pyrr's dead. No. Okay.
Okay.
Discord crashed. We're fine.
It's okay. The stream kept going. We're good.
All right, you were talking about the gameplay color palette.
Yes, it's incredible how they managed to take these incredibly detailed Pokemon cards, because I think that Pokemon card artwork is the best version of Pokemon ever depicted.
Yes.
I think that they are beautiful and stunning, and the way that the Game Boy is able to use its limited palette in order to illustrate this, using just like 4 or 5 colors and choosing those primary colors in order to accentuate it, always including white for transparency issues, is incredible. I think that of the Game Boy Color games, it is one that uses color most effectively. And the game is fascinating because it lives in a weird universe where people actually kind of try to strategize about the card game and don't just use the top 3 decks that exist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the original Pokemon TCG has basically 3 variants. You have Haymaker, which is, do you like Scyther, Electabuzz, and Hitmonchan specifically? I have great news for you. They will kill your opponent faster than anything. You have Rain Dance, wherein you have to charge, because Pokemon Trading Card Game works like mana. You can only place a certain amount of mana per turn, like in MTG. But if you have Blastoise, you can play an infinite amount of water. So you can charge up your guys instantly and just blitz them. Or you play some weird variation where you use like Mr. Mime and Wigglytuff. Mm-hmm. Because Mr. Mime can't be hit by anything that does more than 20 damage, and Wigglytuff does extra damage for everything on the bench. Those basically 3 strategies were so dominant that they only really competed with themselves. This game gives you such a limited card pool, and your opponents are trying to play with every card, that it basically gives you a game that exists in an alternate universe where the games that the developer intended actually functions.
Interesting.
So you'll be able to get little highlights like, oh, Onyx can actually use Harden so that he can just be a big wall that sits there and does nothing while you build everything else around it. Venusaur has the ability where you can transfer energy from one Pokemon to another, which then goes onto Exeggutor, who has Big Explosion, which is the best move that lets you flip a coin to deal 20 damage for every heads per energy you attach to him. So a boss will just load him up with like 10 energies and sit there on its ass. There's this man who has the ability where Alakazam can transfer damage from one Pokemon to another, so he just sits there on his fat ass with like 20 chances and is like, you never did any damage to me, shut up. I played through with a weird variant deck that used mostly Coughing and Muck, because Muck shuts down all other special powers and Coughing just does a ton of statuses. So I did that and combined it with Scyther and Butterfree, who can retreat for free without burning energy to just shuffle the opponent into a hell of random statuses and Butterfree healing itself. You would never use Butterfree in any situation in the actual game. But I made a very fun, cohesive strategy out of it.
Nice. And
it was enjoyable. So, yeah, you can just run through the game if you get enough pickups for just like Scyther, Electabuzz, Hitmonchan, let's go, Haymaker. But the game doesn't throw it in your face as easily as the real card game did. And lets you sort of experiment and build. And I don't know, as far as weird alternate universe versions of card games where they try to actually make the mechanics work go, I think this one's pretty good.
Nice.
I think that for a first attempt at a card game, it is much better than Yu-Gi-Oh's like 5th attempt.
No, I kind of just assumed it was a watered down version of the actual card game just because Game Boy Color, but it's cool to hear that it was actually pretty good.
No, it's the actual card game.
Nice. All right.
Let's see. Past that, I played... Oh, they added a bunch of games just a couple days ago to the Game Boy library on Nintendo Switch Online. Mm-hmm. So I picked those up, and that includes Super Mario Land. Super Mario the first
Land.
one.
All right.
How familiar are you with SML?
Not at all.
Great. It's weird. This is a Mario game that is clearly developed in the vein of Mario 1, but is developed by the Gunpei Yokoi team, as opposed to Miyamoto's team. Team that developed Metroid and Kid Icarus.
Oh, okay.
And you feel that. It's a weird, goofy game, and the first thing that you'll notice is that it is the worst physics of any Mario platformer. Because for some reason, Mario's momentum, the instant he hits his jump peak, just dies.
Huh.
So you have a weird, immediate tapering off. With that said, I actually kind of like it. It doesn't play like any other Mario game, but it plays with the Game Boy's very limited screen real estate very well. So it's very much individual enemy to individual enemy sort of gameplay as opposed to a clean run through a Mario level.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for a game that is specifically compensating for the Game Boy's battery life that you can beat, and I don't mean like anyone can beat, I mean you specifically, you who is very bad at platformers, can beat in half an hour.
Okay.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty cute. It has weird enemies. Like they have this whole China-themed kingdom for some reason. And instead of having dry bones, they have Jiangxi.
Sure. All right.
Yeah. There are just moai heads in one random world. And you have to ride on giant rocks that fall from the sky. They're revealed to be...
Is this the Tatanga one?
Yes, this is the Tatanga one.
Okay, okay.
The penultimate boss is a man who hides in a cloud because he's too shy to show his face, so he throws chickens at you as a representation of how he feels. While you shoot him in the Mario plane.
Nice, the famous Mario plane.
Yes, it's called the Sky Pop. And it's so odd. Super Mario Land 2 is a game that actually emulates Mario fairly well, but I think it is a worse emulation of Super Mario Land than this is an emulation of Super Mario Brothers. And because of that, I think I respect the first SML more.
Interesting, okay.
It also doesn't have the Fire Flower. It has the Super Ball, where Mario throws a Super Ball.
But it looks like a flower. What?
Yes, it's the Super Ball flower.
But what?
Don't you want Mario to be ballin'?
I mean, sure. That's sort of... Gosh, imagine if that had been the thing that stuck around. Instead of the Fire Flower, he's just got a basketball at all times. He's just LeBron
I know,
James
it's
in
better.
No,
I bounce
kind
off of
agree.
walls and shit. Fire Flower sucks in every game it appears in.
That's not true. Galaxy exists. It's fun in Galaxy.
It's mid in Galaxy. It's fine.
All right.
Well, you don't have that. Oh no, I shot it in the other direction. Stupid 3D and waggle control.
With the waggle, that's fair.
No, I swore I shot it in a straight line. Why are you going over there? I just want to light the torch. Better go back and get it again. You're wrong. Next game, Alleyway. This is Breakout. It is bad. For some reason, there is a plot to this game where instead of just being in a paddle, it is a spaceship piloted by Mario who jumps into the paddle, and then he plays Breakout for some reason. And that's the game.
As you do. All right.
It has 24 stages, except it doesn't. It has 8 stages. One stage is regular Breakout. The next stage, it moves and scrolls off the side of the screen. The next stage, it slowly descends upon you so that you have to do it twice. It is so utterly unremarkable that I just beat it to say that I beat it. It is like, congratulations, you invented Breakout again, a game that was already 8 years old by the time you made this game.
Well, yeah, but the 42nd time is the charm, you know?
And you made it worse. You made it less interesting, except for the fact that it is Mario in a spaceship for some reason.
Is there anything else Mario about it? Is like the layouts?
Yeah, there are bonus stages that the blocks are in the shape of Mario enemies or Mario's head. And you bounce the ball off of them, and it goes through them, and you have to get all the points before time runs out, or something. I don't freaking know. Do you like Breakout?
I mean, I'll play it if it's directly in front of me, and I have nothing else better to do. But
yes, but like as a concept, do you think Breakout is okay?
It's not especially. Like, there is some, like, little...
I've always found it just pinball, but worse.
Yeah, exactly. Pinball, but worse. Like, I think you could do something with, like, the idea of kind of burrowing your own way through a pinball stage, but it's always literally just, okay, you break the blocks, and that's it? There's nothing else interesting stapled on top of that?
Okay, good. I'm just glad that we could come here and insult classic game Breakout and say that it sucks. I'm glad that we can take that hard and brave stance on a video game podcast.
We only cover the most controversial topics here.
Absolutely. You're here, everyone. Breakout sucks. But you know what doesn't sucks? That is The Legend of Zelda, Oracle of Ages. Which, oddly, I've only ever played seasons all the way through.
I've never played either, so tell me about this one.
Oh. It's fun. It is... So this was Capcom coming to Nintendo with, I believe, their flagship brand, or flagship company, and going, hey, we would like to make a remake of Zelda 1. And then Miyamoto sat down and was like, instead of making a remake of Zelda 1, why don't you make a remake of Zelda 1 and 2 other games? So that you have 3 games that all are the Triforce. And Capcom was like, oh my god, Miyamoto, you're so smart and handsome. So they did that, but then they were running out of time because the Game Boy Advance was coming out. So they only made 2 games, and they made them link to each other. And they released it like a month and a half before the Game Boy Advance came out. So these are probably some of the most technologically impressive Game Boy Color games. Mm-hmm. And these are full Zelda adventures that have gone well beyond the scope of the original remake of Zelda 1 philosophy. You have Oracle of Seasons, which is actually much more based on combat and survivability. So it's taking that sort of Zelda 1 Breath of the Wild-esque surviving in the wilderness sort of feel. Mm-hmm. And just being like, okay, endure these gauntlets, while still having its own puzzles and stuff. And you have Oracle of Ages, which which was based on the Triforce of Wisdom and is a lot more puzzle-based. So a lot of it is focused on overworld puzzles, trading side quests, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm about 3 dungeons into this game. It's good. As someone who famously doesn't like Link to the Past, this is good.
Really? It
Yeah.
got through your defenses. Cool.
Exactly. Dungeon design actually has good thought put into it. Items combo with it well, and your ability to use them. Like, there is a difference between pushing something and picking something up, because if you set something down when you pick it up, you drop it because you're too strong. This game has animal buddies, which means that it was always destined to get through my defenses. It is weird because they feature more prominently in seasons, and so far, you will just get Moosh the flying bear, who will just show up, and you will fly on his back for one screen, and then he'll be like, oh, you got the item? Okay, bye. And then that's the end of Moosh.
Favorite Zelda character. Put him in Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah. Why don't they have Ricky, the kangaroo with boxing gloves?
I've seen that. Oh, right. That is fascinating. Okay. That's fun.
But no, it does interesting things with the 2D Zelda formula. Like, right before the 3rd dungeon, you wash up on an island full of weird bubble bobble lizard people, and they steal all of your shit. So you have to go around the island, getting your items back one by one from these guys to lead to your next item, and then trade with them some of your items to get other items back so you can clear specific pieces until you have all of the items back.
That's interesting. I like that.
Isn't it? It's just neat. They have a Lost Woods that's a game of hide and seek with 3 fairies, and you have to navigate the different passages of the Lost Woods and the way that they have made it loop around themselves. And then they'll be like, okay, you caught us. The woods are normal now. Are you happy? Mm-hmm. Tingle is in this game. That means it's good.
Very important box to check.
Just kind of wants to look at the Zelda formula and be clever. If you told me this was a fan game, I would believe you.
It sounds like a fan game.
Doesn't it? And just like I'm already in the 3rd dungeon and I'm kind of having to think at times. And I greatly appreciate that.
Very nice. Yeah, I never hear anything about these games in particular. Like, I feel like my Zelda knowledge is pretty strong for the rest of them, but this one just kind of slips in there. It sounds like the reason for that is just that it was so poorly timed for its release, but now this sounds awesome.
No, they're great. They're like expansions of the ideas of Link's Awakening, which is by far my favorite 2D Zelda.
I can see that. Yeah.
And like, they're at the point of like, I'm going, I need to replay Link's Awakening. Because I need to know, is it as good as I remember it being?
Mayhaps indeed.
But yeah, it's goofy. Like, one of the mini bosses was just a random mole, and he's like, I'm invincible while I'm underground. So you just go to where he's digging, and you take your shovel and dig him out of the ground, and then he goes, no. And it's just silly. It's silly and fun, and it's like, use all of the items, including the shovel that you got in Dungeon 1, for this mini boss in Dungeon 3.
That's great. I always hate it when Zelda games just, they'll introduce a really cool item, like the spinner in Twilight Princess.
Yes.
With one of the best dungeons the series has ever seen, and you just never use it after that.
Yeah, I just unlocked something called the Seed Shooter, where you get, like, various seeds. Like, this one will light things on fire. This one is a mystery seed. Ooh. It will cause mysteries to happen in the world. Which is basically, like, replacements for your magic powder and your lantern and whatnot. But the Seed Shooter lets you shoot it as a projectile. and it ricochets off of walls, and it has 8 directions.
Oh, that's fun.
And each of your different ammo types do something different on contact. So it's like translating the fact that the bow can't work really in 2D and expanding upon it in an interesting, environmentally charged way.
Fascinating. So you'll have like the equivalents for fire arrows and ice arrows and all that, but now you also have mystery arrows.
Yes.
That do mystery things. And the arrows
Yes.
ricochet. That's awesome.
Exactly. So yeah, I can only say so much being 3 dungeons in, but thus far, I'm very impressed. I like this game quite a bit.
Very cool.
Another game I actually surprised myself in liking quite a bit is Twinbee. Twinbee is a Famicom/arcade shooter released in 1985, modeled after Xavius,
Oh,
but released by Konami. Yeah. It's the little guy. It is the first in, I believe the genre is called cute 'em ups, which is a shoot 'em up, but it's cute. And Twinbee fascinates me as a shooter because I will admit I do not get into space shooters very easily. Like I tried Xavius after this, I tried Gradius after this, and I did not get in far enough with either of them to make them worth talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
They're long tests of endurance to me. But if you do it well, if you give me an Ikaruga, then I may love you. And Twinbee is so interesting of a game because its power-up system is based on little bells. And every time you shoot a little cloud, sometimes a bell will pop out. And the bell has physics where it slowly drifts to the bottom of the screen. But if you shoot it, it will bounce back up. And you can keep it bouncing indefinitely until you shoot it like 50 times, and then it becomes a bonus enemy worth extra points. But if you shoot it exactly 5 times, it will turn into a blue bell. If you collect that blue bell, your ship will go slightly faster.
Oh, okay. So
and if you shoot it 10 times, it doubles your fire rate. But if you shot it 6 or 11 times, it's a regular bell again.
So you have to be you can't just spam shots. You have to actually be a little strategic. That's fascinating.
Isn't it? And the interesting thing is that, double shot doesn't really stack. There are 2 different variants of your ultimate power-up, which is either you get shadow clones or you get a shield. Mm-hmm. So either you can play with, if you have all power-ups, the potential of 6 shots every time you hit the A button, or you can play with, you can actually take a lot of damage.
Okay.
But the blue power-ups, those stack. So eventually you can just keep getting blue bell after blue bell after blue bell.
And just zoom.
And you can just zoom like way faster than you reasonably should. You go from like very slow to like I'm dragging my mouse cursor across the screen. I'm going so fast.
This seems sick.
Yeah. I am shocked that this is 1985.
85 for this?
85.
This actually has like good ideas. Man,
yeah.
when Konami actually made games.
Right? And the thing is, you're juggling that with enemies, which are for some reason like rice bowls and carrots.
Yeah,
and
I'm
stuff.
watching knives and forks fire bullets at you.
Yeah. But there are also enemies that are on the ground. So you have a secondary fire where your little robot arms will just throw bombs onto the ground.
Oh, okay, like a Mars Rising kind of deal.
Yeah. So you have to manage that with the enemies, with the bells at the same time. And the interesting thing is, you only explode if you take damage head on.
So that's why there's the little, like, bowls on either side. Those are shields of some kind?
Yes, okay. They've gotten the shield power up in that case. But if you take damage from the side, instead, it will take away one of your arms.
Okay.
And when you lose arms, you cannot throw things on the enemies on the ground. So it becomes a much more punishing game the more damage you take. And And I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, really.
And I was ready to love this game. Unfortunately, it has the most painful continue system.
Oh no.
Because instead of restarting you at the start of the stage, you just respawn instantly when you die.
Oh.
At level 0.
Oh.
You are at
Something
your
like this?
slowest and weakest, and the enemy pattern has not changed.
So you just lose all of your lives immediately.
Yes, the moment that you lose your power-up state, your run is basically forfeit. Which would be a real interesting form of challenge. And except that level 5, which is the final level the game has to offer, is twice as long and full of twice as many enemies as every other stage in the game.
Oh. Well, that's fair.
Yeah, those other stages are like 2.5 minutes. Level 5 is a solid 5.
So you just you get through the first 4 missions without too much issue, but then 5 just stomps you and you just start the whole.
Oh, level 4 is hard. Don't get me wrong. Level 4 is still hard.
Okay.
But level 5 is just, oh god. And you know, it's a space shooter, so it's an auto-scroller. So there's no way to make it faster. So, is an auto-scroller that is deliberately choosing for you not to learn it so that it can be meaner. With that said, it has a co-op mode. And in the co-op mode, your spaceships can hold hands. And when they hold hands, they're stronger. So, like, maybe it's just designed for that?
How does it, or does it, like, just staple you to each other, or do you have to, like, move in unison?
You have to move in unison. You have to go into hand-holding mode and be together. And when your hands are together, you are stronger.
Okay, so the shoot 'em up about the power of friendship. All right.
Yeah, the cute 'em up, as they say. So I'm really thrilled. There's another one on the SNES Online called Poppin' Twinbee, which I'm very interested to play. I didn't get the chance to do it. But these were mostly Japan exclusive games, which is why we don't hear much about them. Japan and PAL. But I'm super endeared, and
Very
I didn't
cool.
think I would be. But it's very clear that they're designing for, you know, you to play this with your girlfriend specifically, because Poppin' Twinbee has a mode called Couples Mode, wherein it will be much harder for one player than the other.
That's cute. I love that.
Isn't it? So if y'all need some seduction tips, go play Poppin' Twinbee.
Yeah, Twinbee. Clearly, it's the best arrow in your quiver. You got this.
Exactly. All right. So then I played, to go on with the list of games I played on Switch Online before bed, I'm going to switch the order and do Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine first.
I have only ever heard of this game as like a meme. I was honestly unaware that it's actually like a proper...
It's a full video
Video
game?
game.
Oh, yes. So the story behind this is fascinating because in Japan, the game Puyo Puyo was incredibly popular. So Nintendo and Sega at the same time invited Puyo Puyo to the prom, and it just decided, I'll go with both of you. So Genesis got Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, and the Super Nintendo got Kirby's Avalanche, which are almost exactly the same game, but one is themed around the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the cartoon, and the other is based around Kirby's adventure.
Fascinating. So
Isn't it?
one of the last things you'd expect from both brand.
Yes.
All right then.
And I thought that I didn't like Puyo Puyo, because this game I actually grew up on. It was on the Sonic Mega Collection. And I played this a lot with my mom, and we never got very far. And I was just like, oh yeah, Puyo Puyo's okay, but it's no Pokemon Puzzle League. I mean, what is? But it's not even close. It's not even a Dr. Mario. It's just okay. And playing this game again, I feel exactly the same. I have learned nothing.
Didn't sway you?
Not at all. Then I played Super Puyo Puyo 2. And I realized, oh, it's not Puyo Puyo that's bad. It's just Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine that's bad. Because Super Puyo Puyo 2 is the version of this game that didn't have to get a skin to look like Eggman or Kirby. And because of that, it had time to drink the make the game good juice, and it made the game good. And it did this in one very simple way. It invented counter chains, wherein if you do a chain and your opponent is doing a chain on you that would rain down garbage blocks, you doing a chain will nullify their chain up to the point that it would have, and then the spillover will go over to whoever had the bigger chain.
Interesting. So you're kind of just playing hot potato with a massive amount of things that are just about to block.
Yes, that you are slowly whittling down into just like a couple things. And because of that, both players can actually play the game. Because often in Dr. Robotnik or in Kirby's Avalanche, you will just get garbage that rains down on your head, and it will just be on your head, and you'll be like, well, I can no longer play the game. Time to start again.
Yeah, the run's just over. Okay.
Yep. But in this case, you actually have a legitimate back and forth with the opponent. And because of that, I think the game is much better. Because you can actually make chains, make combos, but you still have that pressure from your opponent of, I have to do it faster than them. But it is not, I have to do it faster than them, or I will die immediately. It is, I have to do it faster than them, and I will actually have moves to make. It is the difference between two people playing single-player games and two people competing against each other directly. And I appreciate that tremendously. You also go on top of a big tower, and at the end, you fight Satan.
Sure.
I don't mean like it looks like the devil. No, the character's name is Satan. This is after you fight enemies like really buff Fish and Harpy.
Oh, no, it literally just is.
Yes.
This green-haired Fire Emblem character.
Exactly. I know this links into the Monogatari series and whatever. I don't like those games. But, like, looking at this, I'm like, yeah, I see why people want Arlie and Smash. She's cute and spunky and is from a good puzzle game. That's all I need.
Oh, yeah? You do some fun things with, like, matching blocks. I'd love to see that.
Yeah. So I want to thank Super Puyo Puyo 2 for making Puyo Puyo good.
Nice.
I may actually pick up those games that have Puyo Puyo and Tetris and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Beautiful.
All right. And then I listed Twinbee twice on accident, so I only have one more small game. And that is the game that made me lose my voice. In Stars and Time. This is a game I streamed, and we only saw about the first 3 hours of it. And I am so pissed off that I lost my voice because I've wanted to play this for 2 weeks. I love this game.
I obviously has first impressions, but this thing's got just the art style, the music. It's just a cozy vibe.
Isn't it? With that vibe of also something is going to happen and it will be bad.
Oh yeah. It's got that like classic indie game vibe of like, oh, look at all these adorable characters with like super happy personalities. Something's gonna break them. Where is the crack?
What struck me is this is advertised as a time loop game and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, I know what that is. I'm fine with that. Going to it and talking to an NPC who the first time said, "Oh yeah, my sister and I, we hang out and stuff," choosing a different line of dialogue, and then because I picked that line of dialogue, her implying that she was an only child, and then you call her out on it, and she breaks. I'm like, oh, this is all that I fucks with.
That's some mindfuckery going there, and I'm all here for it.
This is all that I want from this. I love this. I want the underlying mystery of it, because that's terrible. Because I don't know if anything does it for you in storytelling like this does me, but the manipulation of memory and the idea of one's personal reality as a storyline is so fucking cool to me. I love that so much.
Just kind of bouncing around with, okay, are you remembering things correctly? Are they remembering things correctly? What is real? It's just a fun concept.
Yes. What matters in reality? What is the reality that matters? So good. It's legitimately funny. And I have played a lot of these quirky indie RPGs about depression. And I think that this is a funny one.
Good.
It was incredibly fun to voice until I couldn't. All of the characters have such fun, instantly definable personalities where just like, you know what they sound like in your soul.
For sure, for sure. One thing in particular, I love how they write the... I don't remember the child's name, but they write the child like an actual child, which is so rare.
Yes, my friend said your best quote was, "I am being bullied by a preteen, please advise."
Bonnie, thank you, Bonnie.
Yes. Love Bonnie, they're great. Just the entire group and squad. Isabeau is my favorite. I love him so much. I love him so much.
We stan our himbos.
I love him so much. And it had the single best experience I've had on stream so far, wherein I check every pillar and chat is very mad until I unlock the memory of pillar, because even the game is calling me out. And I go, I told you it was important.
No, yeah. Literally rewards you for being OCD about it, being like, okay, if you're gonna do this anyway, we're gonna give you some rewards for it, which is just cute.
The joy of not knowing that was there. The joy of just doing it for the bit, just in case. Because I am the person who clicked on every Snowpuff in Undertale before Greater Dog.
It's a Snowpuff.
And this, too, is a Snowpuff.
What a surprise. A Snowpuff. Such good.
But yes, I am rapidly looking forward to getting back to this game. The fact that it is unabashedly rock, paper, scissors and plays with that in interesting ways is very funny and makes me go like, okay. So combat is going to be a fun bonus to this game. But I'm looking forward to just trees and dialogues and all of that.
For those unfamiliar with the game, it's literally like you have 3 schools of magic that are rock, paper, and scissors. You counter enemies by seeing what like hand gesture they're doing, if it's rock, paper, or scissors. It's literally just that. It's so funny.
You haven't got to the end yet? I've gone 3 hours in. I don't even know what the king looks like. But I plan on playing it, and this is the game that I will be streaming on my channel on Fridays, as soon as I get my upper register back. Because my loop voice is just gone. Just to give it... Even Stardust can't even go up here!
Yeah, don't hurt yourself.
Not even
don't
close.
Hurt yourself.
No, the only thing hurt there is my pride. But yeah, until the game screws up massively, love this game.
Nice.
All right, and I have a couple more, but you can talk.
All right, you sure you only went through like 10 games in a row there? You sure don't want to keep the ball rolling?
Oh, well, if you insist.
No, I'll give your voice a break. Don't worry. Okay, so I think of the two I have remaining, I will pick this one. I've talked at various points in time in the past that I have a rule against early access games. I don't do it. I like going into a game experience, just being able to enjoy the full course meal without having to like split it up like into little chunks. Like get the appetizer 6 months before I can get like the drinks and all that. I just don't like it.
Why would you order? No, why would you get an appetizer before drinks? The first thing they ask you is, what would you like to drink? And then they go, and any appetizers for the table. Is this what you do in Utah?
No, yeah, we're just all backwards here.
You just get the appetizers first?
Well, yeah, because drinks have such little importance here, like, because of all Mormonism and all of that. You gotta have the food first. You gotta get the flesh to represent, no, the bread to represent the body, and then the water for the whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, you probably drink water before you put the pill in.
The point of this all is, Baldur's Gate 3 did not break this rule for me. Kirby Forgotten Land did not break this game for me. What has finally broken this rule for me, obviously given the thumbnail, is Hades 2. Just dropped out of fucking nowhere, took one look at it, realized that I'm not going to be able to avoid spoilers for this, and just dove straight in, and my god, this game is just as good as the first one, if not better in certain areas. Which is such high praise.
They had said earlier that they were not going to take this game out of or into early access until they had enough to show, enough for the original Hades. I thought that meant they had equal to Hades' early access. I did not think they meant we have the entirety of Hades and then some in this early access.
The fact that they'll just, like, halfway through talk about, hey, we might need you on the surface. Could you help us out for a second? And it just opens up an entire second game if you go trying to go up instead of down. There's, like, separate bosses and separate NPCs, and it just doubles the size of the game. What was already a massive game.
That's lovely, but give me 1 second. Marshadow, what the hell? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't put the water in before the pill. Are you just a fountain? Do you just hold it up and then like, I have made a swimming pool for my pill. Now it goes down. No.
That's some milk before the cereal right there. I don't know how I feel about that.
No, you put the pill under the tongue, then you flood your mouth and you drain it. That's how it works.
BCF has a good point. He is a ghost. Maybe that's why. The water gives the pill something of substance to actually go through the digestive system.
Does YouTube have
it turns it into a water type move instead of a normal type move, which is the only way the pill can actually affect Marshadow.
Does YouTube have polls? Because I need to decide this right now.
Okay, sure. What is the poll?
Correct? Question mark. And then pill, then water, or water, then pill.
Alright, the poll has been started. I will let people know audioly for Spotify where this goes.
What do you mean 80% water than pill? What do you mean? What? Why are only 3 of you right? And one of them is me! I'm sorry, talk about Hades 2.
I need a second. For the people on Spotify, I'm currently looking at a 75-25% split. Just jumped on water than pill for the right way to do it. Oh, that made me so happy. Thank you all for that. That was so
That's
much
not
joy.
real! What do you mean pull complete?
I mean, the people have spoken. It's water than pill. 69% for water than pill. I just swallowed the pill. I don't need water. What? I don't know what y'all are talking about.
You put the pill in, then the water goes as it drains it down. Ah!
Oh, you just nuked your vocal cords there.
There we go.
You have not done something wrong, Marshadow. You have just created content, and you should feel proud. Anyway, Hades 2. For brief rundown for the poor souls that aren't aware of what this game is, it is a roguelike game where you are venturing through various areas inspired by Greek mythology. The Greek gods give you various boons that power up various aspects of your weapons. Maybe Dionysus gives you poison damage because wine is the kind of wine poison. That works, sure. Artemis gives you critical hit damage, that sort of thing. And this is a follow-up on that. But where in Hades 1 you were playing as Zagreus, the son of Hades and Persephone, here you are playing as Melinoe, their daughter. Which is immediately fascinating because it does a wonderful sequel thing where it doesn't complete, or just goes in a separate direction by playing as a separate character. Melinoe in general has a mana bar. So you can hold down either the left mouse button, the right mouse button, or whatever if you're using the controller. The three separate attack options, and you'll get a stronger version of that attack at the cost of mana. There's certain boons that will let you regenerate mana slowly, and you regenerate mana fully after, like, every single room. So you're not, like, saving it up for, like, the boss or anything. It'll just reset every single time, and you just have to choose when is best to use it in your initial encounter that you're dealing with at the moment. Which is fascinating. She's also not as, like, evasively focused as Zagreus. Zagreus can, like, dash all over the place. Melinoe has an initial dash, and then she'll start sprinting afterwards, which increases her movement speed but doesn't keep the invulnerability, which immediately
So did they just remove Hermes, or?
Oh no, Hermes is still there. He just gives you different buffs.
Okay.
Every god that's returning has been tweaked in a way that's more accurately allows for Melinoe's abilities to interact with them.
All right.
So yeah, it turns her into a much more kind of, okay, let me evade around until I get the perfect moment to strike, whereas Zagreus is just kind of all out, just slicing and dicing, diving into the thick of things. And Melinoe can still do that with certain weapons, but she's got a lot more kind of positioning and timing on her abilities, which is just interesting because it gives both of them a very solid, like, role in this universe. It makes... I really appreciate that. It's like one isn't better than the other. It's just more of like, okay, let's fit the personality of whatever these characters would do, which is just so cool.
Yes.
Is Zagreus still here? I don't know. I'm trying not to look into it. I haven't seen him yet, although I'm sure he's going to show up somewhere. Let's see. What else? Just like the first game, 10 out of 10 voice acting across the board. Character designs are phenomenal. You talk to any individual character and you instantly love them. Like, everyone has so much personality, so much charm.
I heard they got the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator to do a snooty British woman who steps on you, or you want to step on you.
I think she's actually several characters in this game.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she's Hestia. I think is she also Hecate? She might also be Hecate. But, like, yeah, 10 out of 10 voice acting cast. Everyone's fantastic. They also make up for a lot of, like, the few problems that Hades had. Like, I'm sure you'll agree that the Bone Hydra was the worst boss in Hades, just because you're not speaking with it. There's not really a ongoing narrative. It's just kind of there.
Yeah.
But then you get to the second boss in this game. I'm not going to spoil specifics, but it's a performance.
Oh yes, the song that's been everywhere. Yes,
It's so good. The moment that character opens her mouth, you're just like, oh my god, you are the best character I've ever seen. It's so good. It's so good. In the same way as the original Hades, there's a lot of fun. Just like every single god's power can interact in fun ways with each other. And now there's a few extra systems as well. Every god power now has a specific, like, elemental infusion attached to them. And you can get a couple of boons that will benefit you based on how many of those specific elemental infusions you have. Like, if you have an earth elemental fusion, you'll get 5% extra damage for every single one that you have. Or, like, water makes you regenerate mana faster or something. I can't remember the specifics, but it's a fascinating way of encouraging the player to take boons that wouldn't otherwise fit with their builds, because it will then allow for these really powerful bonuses to start proccing. Which is just a fascinating extra layer on top of all this. Let's see, what else? There's a whole, not quite crafting system, but there's like a resource kind of deal going on now, where you're actually exploring around and trying to find. It's kind of similar to the fish in the first game, but now you've extrapolated, like, okay, you can bring a pickaxe with you to, like, bring materials to improve your base camp, or a shovel to grab seeds and plant the seeds at your base camp. Just adds in a lot more cozy vibes to the experience, where you just kind of want to decompress after a stressful run. It gives you a few more things to do there, and I find it kind of has a very nice flow throughout the gameplay format.
That's nice to hear.
I think they have a lot of fun ideas with the new god mechanics that they've added. For example, Hephaestus will give you every 15 seconds or so, you'll do like 500 damage on your next hit, but only on those timing intervals. So you're kind of just running around waiting for that cooldown to recharge so you can just nuke somebody again.
Very nice.
You'll have... I think the identity is technically a spoiler, so I won't say which god, but there's a god that lets you... creates a status effect that links health bars together, so if you damage one enemy under the effect of that status effect, you damage every single one of them.
Ooh, yes, like that.
It's very, very cool. Liked it a lot. And then, of course, like, Melanoi's got her own sets of abilities. She's got, like, a witch's staff that fires, like, bolts of magic forward. She'll have the chunkiest axe I've ever felt in a game like this, where you'll have, like, 2 seconds of wind-up before the hit happens. Almost like an iron knuckle in Ocarina of Time, but when you hit, it feels so good. I'm trying to think of what else I can say without spoiling things from the original. I will say it has a lot of extremely fun callbacks to the previous game in ways I wasn't expecting. Like, in terms of, like, okay, who's wielding this weapon now, and how do they fight? Kind of way.
I see.
Just lots of fascinating things like that. And
let me ask you this.
Yes.
Can someone who did not clear Hades 1 go into this game safely? Or is Hades 1 a very excellent prerequisite?
I don't think I would say it's an outright prerequisite. I think the game does a good job of like introducing you to the world and characters in a way that you have an option anytime that Melanoe goes back to base camp, where she'll just brood. Like, it's literally the option, press E to brood over a picture of her family. And that gets a lot of just expository, like, okay, this is what the world was like before this happened. And you can kind of lightly get introduced to the prior game's characters.
Was this happened an event from Hades 1?
No.
Okay.
Like, Hades 1 does not end with the start of Hades 2.
Okay.
I will say that I do think the game is stronger if you play through Hades 1 first, because you'll recognize a lot of, like, what it's referencing, and it'll hit you a lot more when you see those references or see those characters again. It's just a nice vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got nothing but glowing praise for this game. Like, it goes so far above and beyond on just about everything it tries to do. Like, I will spoil this, because I think it's fantastic, and it's...
Okay.
Once you fight against Kronos, because you fight against Kronos, that's the entire point of the game. It's not...
Yeah.
If you try to pause, he'll say, no, only I get to control time, and won't let you do it.
Well, that's fun.
There's just so many little hidden elements like that. Because the designers of this game are geniuses.
Good.
So yeah,
Good. Bully me more.
I would highly recommend anybody interested to please play this game, because it is a delightful time. The only reason I can tell it's early access at all is because there's like 2 characters whose portraits aren't finished yet, so they just have placeholders. And the surface, you eventually hit a point where they haven't built the next level yet. Apart from those 2 aspects, everything else here feels absolutely complete. It's impressive by how they were able to just hit the ground running with this early access. So yeah, ASU, great game.
Very cool. Is this going to be the game of the year for this year and next year?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know. I don't know how I'll handle this. Because I didn't like... I don't know. We'll climb that barrier when we get to it.
I can't believe that there are all these gods, and at the top of the thing, it's just like, oh wow, Kazuma Kiryu, what are you doing here? It was just us all the way up.
It's gonna be great. It will at least give us some more things to talk about if we decide to count it.
Definitely.
Alright, I see you got a couple more. Hit me with them.
Yeah. Alrighty. So there was an interesting little trend, an interesting little game that was released free on browser, of all things. And that was Pokerogue. Are you familiar with Pokerogue at all?
Not a bit.
Awesome. So you'll remember that time, I think last year, when Pokemon Emerald Rogue got particularly big?
Yes.
This is that, but it's entirely in your browser, and it goes up to Gen 9.
Ooh.
So this is an absolutely massive undertaking of... You have randomized floors. You only heal every 10 floors. Every encounter will either be a wild Pokemon or a trainer. You only get a team of up to 6. So if you catch more than 6, you gotta ditch one of your team members immediately to pick up this other one who you probably beat up some. After every fight, you will get randomized drops, including maybe a potion, maybe a one-use TM, maybe a rare candy, maybe the ability to Mega Evolve.
Oh shit, okay.
Maybe the ability to Dynamax. Maybe the ability to conjure up double battles. Maybe the ability to pick the next biome that you will explore in the next 10 floors. Maybe a calcium to permanently increase one of your team members' special attack. Maybe a berry. Who knows? It allows you to consistently and constantly build a team. And at the start, you basically assigns every Pokemon a point value, and you can pick up to a point value of 10 Pokemon to start with. Everything else you gotta pick up while on the ground. It starts you with all of the starters. Every time that you catch a Pokemon, it is valid to be a starter. Doesn't matter if it is Bidoof or if it is Latios.
Interesting. So it's kind of in that roguelike sense of just being able to start over with more options. It's just those options
Exactly.
are just the Pokemon you can
It
choose.
actually manages to incentivize gotta catch 'em all.
Wow.
Because for each individual one, you only get to start with their IVs and nature of whatever you caught. So if you want a different Pokemon with better IVs, you better catch one. If they have a negative nature, if they're a special attacker and have a negative special attack nature, you better catch another one. And then you can start with that nature. Or if you catch about like 10, you can just choose a nature to unlock.
Okay, okay. God, this sounds fascinating.
And for
And it's a
every gym
browser
leader
game?
you beat, it's in your browser. For every gym leader you beat, you get an egg voucher. And you can use that on the egg gachapon machines to get other Pokemon, some of which have an enhanced chance of being shiny.
Oh, why did you say that? That's the hook for me. Oh no.
Because if you get a shiny Pokemon, you permanently unlock them as a starter who is shiny.
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Yes. You have rival battles, and every time he is difficult because he is slowly evolving the team, and sometimes you see, oh gosh, that's a Rayquaza. I wonder what's going to happen next. Fuck. I know what's coming, and I don't like it.
That's fantastic. I'm looking at gameplay right now, and even like the UI is better in general. It's got like the elemental stuff on the sides as well, because you're dealing with all 9 generations. Why are fans of Pokemon so much better at making the games?
It is
the actual company.
Absolutely intoxicating. The issue is I don't like it very much.
Oh!
Because I say all of these cool things. I throw all of this right at you. And then I go, okay, with that in mind, what would be a good Pokemon to simply hit the button with repeatedly? And if you immediately thought Excadrill, you are so right. Because what else do you need but Swords Dance plus Earthquake, plus a move that hits flying types?
So
This
once
game
you get going,
is...
it doesn't like spike in difficulty to keep up with you?
It does spike in difficulty, but at a certain point, you'll have your team. You'll have what you're going to do. And usually, you're going to have a setup sweeper. Because that's just what's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Your stats reset during every trainer battle, but during a wild battle, if you set up Sword Stance during the last battle, you'll still have that Sword Stance.
Oh. So
if you have that drag, so
everything after
if
that.
you get, if you get Excadrill, if you get Gyarados, and you just pump them full of drugs, then you're basically set. You also have to consider how long an individual Pokemon battle is, and that the game goes up to level 200.
Oh. I don't suppose there's like an emulator, like hit the spacebar to fast forward or anything like that.
Aha, no.
Mm.
Now, it does have a feature where it can increase the game speed by like 3 or 4 times, but you are still going through every single menu.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to the point of you could have all of these amazing Pokemon, but there are like 20 that are worthwhile. And those are the ones that have Dragon Dance, Sword Stance, Calm Mind, and Intimidate.
Yeah, makes sense.
And once you get to like level 110, your team is basically set in stone, so you're just kind of hitting buttons, and the whole thing takes about a solid 4 hours to complete. Imagine dying at the end to a unlucky crit.
Yeah, that's... God, great premise, but doesn't sound like it's...
I think that to do one run in this game that you get deep in, And you can, if something goes bad, you can reset the browser and it will save scum, because it will only save the start of your last battle.
Sure, okay, yeah.
I think for one run, this is utterly incredible. I think for a second run, it's pretty good, because you're getting all the Pokemon that you got. Any more than 2 runs, I think it's a very mindless thing. And I think it's ultimately less than the sum of its parts. Plus, unfortunately, it's rather glitchy. AI is very, very rudimentary. Wherein it will immediately switch to something that has a good type matchup. And it is very consistent for that until you do it exactly 4 times, and then it will predict what you did. But it will only predict the exact move that you did 4 times in a row. And this means that if you have spikes or stealth rock up, the AI is very, very easy to cheese.
Ah, okay, yeah.
The moves dig and future sight do not work properly.
Sure.
If you use dig and the other person used dig, the game is like, you didn't use dig. It hits immediately. You're dead. And sometimes it will just forget that a Pokemon used future sight. So it's just waste your turn. Dig but not flight. More Pokemon use dig. I didn't have this situation where I had 2 Pokemon using fly. I did dig because a lot of rock types are weak to the dig and also learn it. So it's interesting. I'm fascinated by it. It's better than some Pokemon games, but not all of them.
Okay.
It
Interesting experiment, at least.
it has more pronounced flaws than if this were like a Battle Frontier factory or some facility. But it does have that sort of allure to it and has a lot more control to it. I think you would really love one playthrough of this.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out. If I can find the time for it.
Yeah.
I'm at least curious.
Speaking of shoddy RPG experiences, I also played the original Mother.
Oh, gee. Okay.
Yeah. Earthbound Zero, as they say. And I think it is incredibly bold and fascinating for this game to not just be bad, but not be charming or funny for the first 4 hours. I think that was a really incredibly bold strategy to have this series that is established on its sense of humor and wit be explicitly bad for most of its runtime.
Huh.
The one with Nintendo, yes. And I don't mean this as like, oh, it's a clunky NES RPG. Of course it's a clunky NES RPG. I mean, it's bad for a clunky NES RPG. I mean that I would much rather play any of the Dragon Warrior games. I would much rather play Final Fantasy. You're unfortunately stuck with one party member for about the first 5 hours of the game.
What?
Yes.
In an ARP? What?
Yes. You are essentially a tank, and you will use your attack and your heal self command. And sometimes you will miss, and sometimes the enemy will get a crit. And the encounter rate is bullshit.
I just watched Nintendo take 2 steps forward after a battle. And
Yes.
immediately. Oh, God.
That is the game. It is very rough. You have to go to a graveyard to save a girl from zombies, and then you go to the zoo. And amazingly, there is no funny dialogue during all of that. Isn't the concept weird that you are going to a graveyard and then a zoo? And then there is an alien in the zoo and you fight the alien? Only instead of it stretching that over Earthbound's intro of 20 minutes, which is also full of funny dialogue, it stretches that over 4 hours with lots of grinding.
Just the best of times, clearly.
Yes. And then it just decides, hey, what if we were funny? What if the whole point of the second town was invading a factory and the people in it want you to invade the factory not because of the continued use of goods, but because the man inside wants to make a strip club. And they don't like that.
Sure. Okay. And
What
it's
if it decides to randomly start having Earthbound's wit and humor? What if it has an enemy that is a truck that uses a cloud of gas to give you not poison, but an asthma attack?
Huh. And it's just a hard, like, left turn, just tonal shift into like, oh, it's good now.
What if, when you get your second party member, it stops playing Pollyanna and then starts playing Being Friends because you have made a friend? So it has changed the tone of the overworld from wanting friends to having them.
Okay, but that's actually adorable, though.
Isn't it? It's so weird. I've only gone like 7 hours in. I am friends with Lloyd the Nerd, and he is horribly underleveled because he starts at level 1, and I'm like level 23.
Oh, lovely.
So he has a lot of catching up to do. And he's the Jeff, so he just shoots bottle rockets at people.
Mm-hmm.
It's... You can tell this was made by people who didn't make video games.
Just a first outing, yeah.
Yes.
I think I've seen like 30 encounters throughout this
Yes.
description. Some of them he doesn't even move. And it just runs
I know.
another encounter. That's...
The encounter rate for this game is not so cuckoo. But, like, it's surprisingly less cryptic than I thought. Like, just talking to every NPC usually gets me where I need to go. I discovered in hour 3 that it has a run button, so I was going to complain about it being slow, but actually, no, I'm just bad. It uses Magicant really interestingly as just this magical place, but where you can get huge upgrades with a lot of money, but it takes a while to get back.
Mm-hmm.
So the time spent is your punishment for wanting to get better and not just adapting. I don't know. You can see the good ideas that form the Mother series here. I am just flabbergasted that it decides to use none of them for the start of the game.
Just change directions midway through development and never bother
It
to
is
go
an
back.
agonizing first impression, and I know that I haven't gone to the worst part of it. I haven't even gone to Mount Etoy, which I know by reputation is terrible. Yeah, I'm surprised that people defend this game as a good RPG. And are just like, oh no, of course it's dated. It's an NES game. I'm like, have you ever played a single other NES RPG in your life?
Oh, right.
Because it's not a good one. Dragon Warrior 1 only has one party member, and it's much better.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with that. I'm curious, does it average out to be more positive or negative for you? Like
It is strongly at neutral right now. Because it was a mindless experience to an annoying experience to, oh god, when is it going to get good? Is it never? And then it got good. And I'm like, okay, it's still a very mild good, but it is good. And it should get better. Because I'm intrigued on where it wants to go with its plot.
All right, then.
And, like, it uses music incredibly effectively and sound effects very effectively. It thinks about a lot of things that games of its era don't think about at all. It makes it its core identity. And then forgets to think about things that games really thought about during its time. It's just weird.
Fascinating. Yeah. Oh yeah, it sounds weird.
Maybe I'll finish it. I want to finish Oracle of Ages more at this point. But yeah, that's my impression. If you thought Earthbound was old and clunky, what if we took away the humor?
Okay then. I've literally never heard anybody talk about this game, so it's fascinating to have this.
It is fascinating to sit here and go, oh, right, Lucas's level from Subspace Emissary was a Mother 1 reference, wasn't it? His level's called the Abandoned Zoo. The Abandoned Zoo is the first second area you go to in Mother 1.
Yeah.
Weird. I hope I'll report back to you guys with more. I might not.
We'll see. I've heard bits and pieces of Mount Itoy as well, so we'll see if you survive.
Exactly. Or if I even get there, I don't care. Yeah. All right, I got 2 more. You want to do yours, or you want me to do one more?
I'll grab mine.
Alrighty.
Time.
All right.
Okay. Get my notes up. This one I'm actually doing for a video. Like, I don't have a lot of time to actually work on videos at all, but this is, like I talked about the culture videos in my update video. This is for one of them. This game is XCOM Chimera Squad.
I'll know what that is.
No, you
Explain
don't.
it to me, Mr. Internet Man.
It is a absolutely bizarre game. Kind of in this weird area sandwiched between kind of an experimental spin-off sequel kind of deal, but also kind of feeling like a cash grab off of the success of XCOM 2.
Okay.
For various reasons I'll get into in a moment. Because I first want to establish that if I were to make a list of like top 10s in this regard, this is one of my least favorite games of all time.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna get spicy.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so
I love that. What other games do you hate?
let's see. On the original list, Other M's an easy one.
Awesome.
Fire Emblem Fates.
Cool.
I have Starcraft 2 at both my top 10 favorites and least favorites.
Awesome. I'm frozen again.
You are frozen again. Is this Discord or is this you? 1 second.
It's Discord because I'm moving.
Yeah, god damn it. All right. Well, hang on. Technical difficulties. Let me, I will drop the call for a moment as I reset
All right.
Discord.
Yep.
As he fades into the ether. Not even Discord can handle XCOM Chimera Squad. It is a shame. It is a shame indeed. Alright. Joining call. Popping out video player. Moving your face back into position. There we go. I don't know if we can hear you now, though.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, fucking 10 out of 10. Loved it. Okay. Sorry. Technical difficulties messed me up. Where the hell was
XCOM Chimera Squad, worst games.
XCOM Chimera Squad, worst games. So yeah, like if this is up there with like Fire Emblem Fates and Other M. Like this game isn't just bad. This game upsets me. But borderline, it offends me because of a couple of the decisions it makes. So,
all right,
let's talk about some of that.
Please.
So, to set up the premise of what this game is, this is set up after the events of XCOM 2, I think 5 years afterwards. And it tries to sell that after the events of XCOM 2, after you defeated the super psionic alien elders, that the other aliens, all the other enemies you're fighting throughout the game, they just snap out of a stupor because these aliens were mind-controlling them. Which is, it's a bit weak in terms of world building, but it does create an interesting premise for now. So I'll let it slide for now. Because now the aliens have nowhere else to go, and they're just kind of have to live with humans now. We play as a police force, the Chimera Squad, in a sort of city experiment that's trying to get aliens, hybrids, and humans all living together in harmony. The narrative of the game is centered around going out and stomping various terrorist and fanatical groups that are trying to destroy the city. So there's basic premise right there. Gameplay-wise, it's pretty similar to XCOM 2, like the same kind of cover system, usabilities, all that kind of jazz. And to give it some credit, it actually does have some interesting ideas. Instead of just being like these open-ended missions where you just have this vague objective and you can kind of approach it however you want, it's instead split into controlled breaches into these hostile environments, which turns the encounters kind of more into like some sort of puzzle elements. You'll have like 6 targets when you immediately enter a room. You can immediately take a shot or use an ability, but you have to kind of choose like, okay, do I use my sectoid to sonically lift someone up so somebody else can have a free shot on them? Or do I try to take just the shot itself? He's behind cover, not as good of a chance to hit, but it's a more DPS overall if everybody lands the shots. I don't think it quite... that definitely doesn't compare, like, how fun regular XCOM 2 gameplay is. I wouldn't want these mechanics implemented in a hypothetical XCOM 3, but I do think it's interesting. I'm looking at gameplay alone, I wouldn't mind seeing this expanded in the future. Because it is neat just having all these separate abilities, this more character-driven story where the character abilities are based around who they are, and watching them level up specifically. Because XCOM 2 is all about, like, your customizable goons. This tries to have a more character-driven narrative focus.
Right.
Another cool idea, you get to control aliens from the previous games. And there's a lot of novelty to that. Like, if you have the snake-like vipers that are constantly Mortal Kombat scorpioning your guys out of position and stunning them.
Oh, that's a fun way of doing that.
No, yeah, it's just cool to be able to do that yourself. I like having a Muton that can just run into enemy lines. He's a big sack of hit points, and if he starts taking damage, he'll get enraged and just passively start punching everybody. That feels good. I like that. But therein lies the problem. This is why it's on that kind of Fire Emblem Fates tier for me. Because, like, that game, like, holy shit, like, having this various, like, Japanese faction versus Western Europe faction in a Fire Emblem game, that's awesome! Which makes it painful that it's stuck up behind a game like Fates. Chimera Squad has fantastic ideas, but it doesn't capitalize on them very well.
Oh, so it make you angry.
Yes, make me very angry.
Oh.
For one, it's a broken-ass game, which is kind of traditional to XCOM. Like, people have watched the streams. Sometimes ragdoll animations will just kind of go where they wish, when they wish. But that's still here, but there's also, like, I'm trying to use a shielding ability on an ally, and the ally the game is telling me I'm targeting is not the ally that the game is actually targeting. There's, like, some gameplay, like, I don't know what triggers them, but sometimes stuff just breaks. There's, like, bizarre difficulty spikes, encounters that seem designed around having, like, certain operatives that you're supposed to recruit certain characters, and if you just don't have, like, the anti-robot person, you're screwed. And it overall just kind of results in it feeling like a half-baked game. But where this installment really just kind of breaks me is how it handles the premise. So, like, this game is a story about, like, disparate peoples coming together despite their differences, all that traditional jazz, highly applicable to the modern day, and one traditional to XCOM as a whole. The whole point of the prior games is to unite, like, the various countries under one banner, keep everybody happy, make sure you're defending everybody, because there's a common threat now, and we all have to take that
I love
seriously.
Rocky 4.
Exactly. But it does this in a way that's just kind of uncomfortable. I'm at a bit of a loss. I'm going to give examples, because it's hard to word properly. You've seen how what XCOM 2 sectoids look like, right? They're like really
Yes.
emaciated, like there's no lips, so the teeth are just hanging out, super
Yeah, yeah.
like bony. Got this like really guttural like snarl.
Hmm.
But Verge, the playable sectoid in this game, has been redesigned to have like lips. He's got like protrusions over his eyes so he can have facial expressions, and his voice is entirely normal. The Mutons in XCOM 2 have these bizarre like vertical mouths that they have to have like respirators over because they can't handle Earth's atmosphere. They're really just kind of intimidating creatures, blank yellow
Right.
eyes and guttural voices. But here, give him like proper lips, proper eyes, and it's one of the ugliest designs I've ever seen. Same pattern is true for the hybrids. The snake-like viper has a normal voice. It's a game that's trying to tell a story about coming together despite differences, but is doing so by removing differences. So it's easier to tell a story like that.
I see.
And that's just the most, like, almost to the point of uncomfortable. It's just weird. Because, like, it only does this for the good aliens.
Oh, so it's
The
human
va- the-
washing.
the-
I see.
For lack of a better way to put it, it is kind of human washing. And it's weird. Because it's trying to be, like, so upbeat and positive about it, but at the same time, it's kind of handicapped its own message because of how it's setting all this up.
Do they not understand that people want to kiss Garrus because of his weird alien mouth?
I don't know. Because I feel like every single one of these characters is immediately more interesting if they're just designed the way they were in the previous game. Like, you have the Mouton, who got into this police force because he started, like, reading up on human culture. He was really fascinated by it. And there was this really big, like, insect invasion where one of the more primal aliens still on Earth started massacring everybody, and he helped defend the humans against that. Which, for one, much more interesting story. I wish we got to experience that in this game. But for the other, if you had that, and it's just this hulking brute with glowing eyes and a respirator that you can barely even hear his Bane-like voice, but he's also super well-read and just really interested in human culture, that's so cool. They don't
I like that
do
he's a
that.
weeb. Aw.
Exactly! Like, straight up, he's just a human weeb. The most bizarre part about this is because the game seems to recognize what the premise is trying to do, because there's these radio transmissions in the background that you'll hear between missions about what else is going on in the city. And you'll hear this complexity. You'll hear what this premise should be doing. Like, you'll hear sectoids talking about how they have to wear psionic dampeners to fit within society, and that complaints about how that's being abused. Or that alien-human hybrids need to have these facilities reopened because that's how they can get medical treatment, because that's how they were made. But those same facilities could be used to mutate more humans into more hybrids, which removes their memories in the process. Which is obviously a massive point of contention. That's fascinating. That's a good story beat. It's a fucking footnote in this game. It's just like a Metroid Prime scan log while the actual story is going on. And when it comes to the actual characters, it's as if the premise has been, like, sterilized in the translation.
Also, it's like when people say Pokemon has good story.
A bit, yeah. Because like, there's ideas there. There's absolutely ideas. But they only present the ideas. And the actual stuff that's happening it's just... Well, like for example, one of your squad mates, his name is Cherub. There's eventually a reveal that he was cloned off of one of the evil alien terrorist leaders that you're trying to hunt down at the moment. And that's like the perfect stirring pot for, like, to have this narrative centered around, it's not where we come from, it's what makes us who we are, it's who we choose to be, that, you know, all that good stuff. But the squad mates are just immediately like, nah, we know you're cool, don't worry about it. Instead of, like, telling the story, they just state the conclusion of it. And I find, like, this is circling back to where I'm going at with the video for this particular segment. I think this happens because either the writers of a story aren't comfortable writing those kinds of interactions, which, again, I don't think is the case because of the radio stuff. But I think what's happening here is that writers don't want to show characters going through a story of overcoming prejudice, because that requires writing characters being initially prejudiced towards each other. And in our day of, like, the internet, I'm the highly hyperreactive Twitter stuff, there's a tendency to treat those initial moments as an endorsement, I guess.
Yeah.
Of, like, prejudiced behavior, unless it's, of course, the villain doing it. So when you have something like Chimera Squad, which, again, this is set 5 years after a global war that killed billions started, it creates a very shallow commentary, because the characters just don't match the severity of what the setting is going for. The way the story's being told isn't allowing for it, and you can see where that could be, because there's all this background stuff going, but it just doesn't meet it. It's so hard to have like, to give an example from what people are familiar with, it's so hard to have, like, a Jill from the Fire Emblem Tellius games. Because now we just get shallower, reactive members of the audience will just see her hating on the Lagoos and immediately bench her, but the whole point is that she needs to get over that. That's her character arc. And
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Do you think that Zuko could work today?
Oh.
Do you think in the current environment, do you think that people would accept Zuko's full character arc?
I don't have an immediate answer for that, because for one, it's hard to answer questions like that because growing up with the character.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I think, because the thing with this is that it has to, you see this with so many things where you have to immediately state, like, either this is a problem or this character is going to get better. I think you would need to speed up Zuko's redemption or change it up in various ways. I don't know if it works the way it was portrayed, because it doesn't really get there until
Do you think
3.
end of book 2 would still happen? Let's put it that way.
End of book, yeah. I don't know. I'd want to think about that longer than just a gut reaction.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just want to give you the food for thought.
No,
and have it,
it's
like, eat away in the back of your
fascinating
brain
food
like
for
a
thought.
disgusting parasite.
Because I think, like, the overall narrative structure of his arc would work, but I do think you'd have to change various beats, because there's a lot of people that would just get mad at Zuko doing the wrong thing. And they wouldn't give him the chance to grow like that. I don't know. God, that's fascinating. Thank you for the thought.
Yeah, no problem. Continue shitting on the game.
I know, I was almost done. I don't know how to do this better. Like, it's this my big sticking point with the video right now. But that we're trying to tell impactful stories about acceptance in an environment that's averse to anything that's not the conclusion of those stories. And I think that's a damn shame. Because I think, like, all the pieces that they have here, you could have told an amazing story with what they've got going on here. Like, for some, like, fun food for thought, one of the operatives is the snake-like Viper. Her name is Torque. And she was actually born on Earth after the aliens invaded. So she's technically an Earthling. Which just creates this whole other separate dynamic of, okay, now the aliens actually have, like, they were born here. Like, you can have so many fun stories, like, so many different tie-ins, like, various historical references. You can have these, like, narratives or, like, important things we're dealing with today, but you have to take the subject matter seriously and let it grow from that point. And it just doesn't do it, and it upsets me so much. Because this sets a precedent for what the next XCOM game is going to be. It's canon in the game. And I'd love to see this premise explored. I don't want it to be explored based on the groundwork that this game sets up.
Right. You do not want a sequel, you want a branch from a better writer.
Exactly.
Was this game's development rushed at all, or?
It gives me the kind of vibe like a Captain Code treasure tracker kind of deal. Like, not as much work is going into this. Like,
Got it.
I think it was like $20 or $30 upon release.
Got it, because when you said broken mess of a PC port, I went, oh, KOTOR 2.
Yeah, it's not quite treated as equal to the prior games, which does give me hope that this could be extrapolated better with like a more proper development cycle.
Right.
But it just doesn't take the time or is willing to take the time to make it into something special. Just takes the easiest route to be what it wants to be. I wish it was better.
Gotcha.
All right. That is my spiel on Chimera Squad. That's why I keep bitching about it in XCOM 2 streams.
Excellent. I'm glad everyone has that context.
All right. You got 2 more, I believe.
I sure do.
So hit
All
me
right.
with them.
You got it. So, I know you said that you aren't into racing games, which is a wrong opinion to have. But have you considered that other people might think that racing games aren't good enough and will take matters into their own hands?
I haven't considered this. Educate me, please.
Well, quite simply, there is no one more dedicated to creating something out of nothing, to creating greatness out of shit, than the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base. Because they throw so much at the wall that something has to stick and they have to learn. So, what they have done is they have taken the foundation of something that they have already made, Sonic Roboblast 2 Kart. An expansive mod to Sonic Roboblast 2, wherein you make it into a kart racer, and you can have Kiryu go hit people in mementos from Persona 5 in a go-kart.
Yeah.
And they make it into its own game based around the way that Genesis Sonic games play, with the most extensive, beautiful rendering and over 200 different race courses, and release it for free.
Wow.
None of which were reused from Roboblast 2 Kart.
How long was this in development? It had to start
I don't know,
after Roboblast.
but this is Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers.
All right. Hit me with this.
I cannot begin to express to you the amount of love that this game has. So this takes place in a universe where all the Sonic the Hedgehog plots have happened, and Tails and Eggman have become friends. So they have decided to team up to make go-karts together.
Sure.
Using all of their scientific minds to create the most beautiful thing. The entire game's introduction sequence is them reprogramming Metal Sonic and you slowly gaining options and learning how to move again as they reprogram you from a killing machine into a racing machine.
That sounds fantastic.
It is the most mechanically rich kart racer I have ever played. You have your general kart racing things, you have a drift, you have the Sonic Spin Dash, and you have rings. And these rings are insane because they are simultaneously Mario Kart coins and an F-Zero boost meter, wherein you can spend the rings to slightly increase your max speed over your maximum. You can hold a total of 20 at a time, and you can use as many as you want at a time.
Very cool. You're frozen again. Hold on.
Cool.
Why is YouTube using a gigabyte of fuck's sake.
Cool.
I bet this is just virtual memory breaking. One moment. Alright, sorry guys. They're really bullying me into needing to get YouTube Premium. And honestly, this might break me. Because this is just annoying. Or just need a better ad blocker. Okay, third time's the charm, as we all know.
Oh, I'm sorry you're back. All right, fine. I thought we were doing this professionally. But if you insist. So you have a ring system, and you use up to 20 rings at a time. If you have 0 rings, you can then be hit and go into negative rings. If you get hit at negative 10 rings, you explode and die.
Alright.
This is combined with gates that specifically will repel you unless you are going at higher than your max speed. Thus, you need to maintain your speed at shortcuts. This is complemented by every incline will work like a Sonic, wherein your speed will increase going down it and decrease going up it. So you need to hold your rings, otherwise you'll have to spin dash up slopes, which obviously takes some time.
There's 200 of these courses? This is beautiful.
200! It is a beautiful, beautiful game. It is incredible. It has introduced me to everything from Toho jazz albums to other things that are not as important as Toho jazz albums. I was like, this is amazing. What is this? Oh, I see. It creates new courses. It fleshes out other courses. Just the first level of Sonic Adventure is in there as a race course, and you start in the little pool that is the zone that gets you into it, and then go through that level. It has entire Sonic R courses recreated from the ground up perfectly.
Cool.
It has a Kirby Air Ride checklist system to unlock dozens of characters, dozens of different colors. You could have little flickies and other Sonic sprites that will follow you around.
Oh, that's neat. So kind of just like a pseudo emote system?
Yes.
I like that.
It has tons of personalization. Every character has different stats and move in a sliding scale, but every character you unlock is based on another character, just up or down in a certain amount of points in their weight, which commands their drifting ability and turning ability, and their top speed, which has an inverse effect to their acceleration. So you can have Sonic, who technically has max stats, but it actually means that he is very hard to control. You can unlock dozens of characters, including characters from the comics like Tangle and Whisper, and other characters like Aegis from Persona.
Okay. What's the craziest character pull you've seen so far?
Oh god, what would it be? Because, like, I did all the cups and I unlocked, like, 3 characters total.
Oh, so it's not...
No, it's not constantly giving you thing. You have to work for everything.
I like that a lot. All right.
They're like I unlocked Whisper, and her whole thing was beat, like, the Forgotten Chateau, I believe the level is called, in first place in a Grand Prix without ever going off-road.
Oh, we got some, like...
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That's fascinating.
No, it's demanding. It is an utter visual spectacle. I think it's okay.
Oh, stop building up something that sounds amazing only to crush my dreams. You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Bravo.
Stigata? Oh yeah, he's there. First off, the game starts with a 45-minute unskippable tutorial.
Not a strong start for a racing game?
For a racing game, yes.
But it's a racing game.
I know. There are that many mechanics. Including things like there is a trick system based on Sonic Riders that gets used, like, twice. And it's not very fun or good. It emphasizes drifting, but drifting actually feels really bad, and it basically teaches you how to handle the courses wrong.
Huh.
Inclines are very, very costly. Wherein, if you don't have enough speed and you don't have the rings, you are going all the way down the incline and you are spin dashing, which will require you to waste about 5 or 6 seconds. The AI in this game is super, super mean because they balanced it around 2 factors. 1, they're friends who had never played video games before, and 2, them, the developers. So the jump from easy to medium is massive, and the AI has insane rubber banding.
Oh, so one of those kind of things where it's like a custom map, but it's designed for people that already know what they're doing.
Yes.
Not like, okay, that makes sense.
Yes, but it's 200 of those, and they're all very well made. Except for the ones that aren't. Because sometimes just learning them, it plays like a Sonic game, for better and worse. And when you're going really fast in a Sonic game, you can't react very well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the worst part of this game is that it has this ring mechanic, and it uses it very well. It is a very, very elegant middle ground between Mario Kart and F-Zero.
Mm-hmm.
It is completely disabled while you're holding an item. The use item button and the use ring button are the same thing.
Hang on, I've been watching this Metal Sonic with this energy shield around him for half the race. That's just gone when you have that shield?
If you are holding onto the item, yes. If it is passively around you, no, you can still use it.
Okay.
But if it is an active item, like if you are holding a shell or something, or a shell equivalent, then you're donezo. And the issue is, most of the offensive items in this game only attack the place directly in front of you. So is another game where if you are in first place, you don't need items. You could just play the game. And the blue shell equivalent is weak. It is a weird laser that crisscrosses back and forth, and it shrinks you.
Shell?
Yes.
What? I thought that was...
Yes.
I've seen that. It's like a lightning bolt kind of equivalent, but that's what...
Yeah.
But... The thing it's based off of had such a cool blue shell equivalent. You had to, race the bomb before it caught up with you. That was neat.
I know.
Why would they sacrifice that?
I don't know. So, ultimately, it's a game where it's doing so much. And I feel like if you are into this game, it is the perfect racing game. So I recommend anyone pick up Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers.
I mean, it's free.
Because
as well.
It's free, there was so much work put into it, and the good courses are great. The amount of music and visual spectacle that you are privy to is incredible. But it is also absolutely a game for people who are devoting themselves to this game 100%.
I see.
And, I've done, a solid 100 courses in this. I made sure to do my time. But I started feeling this on, the third cup. And it never went away. Not entirely.
That's a shame.
It is. And, it would be a shame because some courses I'm like, ooh, this is really good. And the next course was like, wow, this doesn't play with its mechanics at all. I am actively inhibited by trying to play the game with more of its mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it demands it of you.
There's a lot of inconsistency there.
It is a game with more passion behind it than I have seen in any other game. And it's too much, but how do you say tone down your passion?
You can't. That doesn't work. There's not an off switch on that thing. Huh.
So yeah, high recommend to everyone. It's okay.
So
You might really like it or not. It's free.
very least a solid 7 out of 10 experience.
That's like a 6. But of course, I grade more harshly. Like, I think everything from a 4 or above is a game that I still enjoy to some extent.
I can see that.
Like, you have to understand, I love video games.
No.
I love them a lot.
No. I
So
don't
my
believe
base
you.
level of enjoyment at a 4 is probably most people's 7. But there is a lot of steps in between that 4 and a 7 because I've played a lot of video games. But yeah, Whisper's in the game. I love Whisper.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you for at least bringing it to people's attention.
Of course.
This is a fascinating case study, at the very least.
Isn't it?
What's your favorite track that you've seen so far?
There is one that's like a very small mall, and it gives you like the Sonic version of Coconut Mall vibes, which is just like springs all over and bright neon 90s colors.
Okay.
And it's a shorter track. It's like, so, but they increase the lap counter for it. So it makes it end up feeling a lot more competitive because of that. They also just take the Sonic R track that plays back in time, and they're like, let's just put it in this engine, and it works remarkably well.
Okay, cool.
Baby Park, no, it's slightly bigger than Baby Park. It's like probably water park size. But you could just go really fast in this game. And sometimes they'll just adapt a classic Sonic zone, like Mystic Cave Zone or Hilltop Zone. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's that. You got it. You nailed it.
Cool. All right.
All right, let's wrap this up. I beat Pikmin 2.
All right. So we talked about mainly about your Pikmin 1 experiences last time. How
Yeah.
you feeling in comparison?
All right, so Pikmin 2. When last we spoke on this, I had just been the Water Wraith and said that, wow, this is an experience that turns the entire game around. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I have now beaten Pikmin 2. Yeah, that game peaks in the middle.
Yeah. This is accurate.
It's so difficult. Just because most people will say that the subterranean complex is their least favorite part of Pikmin 2. At least that's the impression that I've gotten. And I love the subterranean complex.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's great. I think that Man at Legs is the best boss in the game by a significant degree and is insanely fun. And a lot of people will, like, I've always heard praise for Wistful Wild. But going to this, trying to finish out the game, do it 100%, it feels like they ran out of ideas and just kind of crammed them all at the end. And it's like, here is everything that we couldn't fit anywhere else. Here are 3 gauntlets. Each one is slightly worse than the last gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
Even better than the Water Wraith. The Water Wraith isn't a good boss. It's a good constant experience. Like, my favorite parts of Pikmin 2 were baiting the Water Wraith with both captains and just randomly running around so that the other one can very slowly move a treasure to the other side. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't aggro the Water Wraith because look, all of ours here. No, don't worry about it. The best parts of Pikmin 2 are when you are taking your time, figuring out how to survive, and then the game scares you and goes, no, act now, idiot. And you go, and die. And at the end of Pikmin 2, it just goes, no, die. And you're like, I didn't even have time to be scared. There's a point in Pikmin 2 where I feel like it gets cheap before it gets terrifying. And I feel like it really reaches that toward the end game. Now, that's not to say I didn't make my own fun. Because accidentally beating Empress Bulblax the wrong way by punching her children as they are born and killing 100 babies with my bare hands was incredible. But you saw when I did Dream Den and the time that I wiped, and then the time that I didn't.
That one level where it just drops you in like the middle of an island that's surrounded by water, and there's one of those bomb things hobbling around. You can't react to that properly on the first playthrough. Half your guys immediately drowned, and like, of course they were. What else do you do?
Yes. But then next time, I was ready for it, and it was nothing. And that's where Pikmin 2 sort of falls apart for me, in that I played the game that was very fun for me. If I did what people suggested and reset constantly to get a good run, I would have had a much more miserable time.
Yeah, I know you also didn't like using the sprays very much, which, like, yeah, the sprays make the things easy, but like, trivially so.
Exactly.
There's no in-between there. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, I thought the game was more fun when I was baiting enemy AI as opposed to, oh, you're dead now.
Exactly.
Hooray. Cool. But then the fun parts were like, I accidentally killed all my blue Pikmin in the Dweevil room.
I remember getting extremely hyped about getting 4-digit numbers of deaths, just because I've never seen a Pikmin game go that high.
Yes. You're welcome. I committed to every single bit.
You committed to the capitalistic lifestyle. You survived off of the backs of thousands of deaths. And I respect that.
It was a sacrifice I was willing to make.
Indeed.
And then the last 3 bosses are just kind of bad.
That final one in particular, just...
It's so cool, except fighting it.
Yeah, visually, it's one of the coolest designs in the entire series.
Conceptually, lore-wise, knocking it out of the park. Titan Dweevil and other fat spider suck to fight. They just sit there and take it. And you just hit the electricity thing until it eventually falls off 10 minutes later. And then it's like, oh, I guess you've lost your ability to hurt me in any meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
It's just, okay, your Pikmin got burnt or poisoned or whatever. Whistle, throw.
Yeah.
Repeat that process hundreds of times.
It also feels like a very broken game, in that as soon as you get the speed up power up for your captain, you wish you did not have it. Because then you move too fast for the leaf Pikmin and they just get lost.
Hmm. I will say that is greatly circumvented in 3 and 4. Like, this is the last game where that's really majorly a problem.
And through all that, I still generally enjoy the game. I think that the gameplay loop is more solid than Pikmin 1. I think that the Piclopedia is fantastic. That Olimar is an incredible character. I'm upset that they don't weave it in more naturally with the gameplay. That it's all sequestered into one corner, and that they abandon everything that Pikmin 1 is about to make it a fun game where you go into caves and suffer.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when it's really good, it's really good.
Totally agree.
It's incredibly addictive. I wish I had more people to play multiplayer with. Because it's just a super fun basis for that kind of panic.
Mm-hmm. Like, imagine that initial water wave encounter, but there's one person just screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to run away from it as it's barreling down on them, while the other captain's very hurriedly trying to get all the treasures out.
You didn't read Louis' Piclopedia entries? I had work and was tired.
What, you didn't want to narrate 300 various entries?
I did! I just didn't do the Louis ones. But I did all the Olimars. You need to play the multiplayer mod? I don't like mods that much. I like being able to judge a game on its individual merits.
Weren't you just talking about a Sonic mod that was a mod of another thing?
Yes, but it was a complete game, completely separate from everything else.
That's fair. That's fair.
So I judged it on its individual merits. But yeah, ultimately, I do really enjoy Pikmin 2. Despite all the negativity on it, the highs that it has, and what it's proven for the series, I can see how strong it is. I can see why it moved in this direction and why there are such ardent supporters. I do ultimately prefer it to Pikmin 1. I think it knows much more what it wants to be. It's just kind of clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
But when the stars align and it works, damn. Damn, it's really good.
Absolutely agree. What was the final death count? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Absolutely not. That was freaking 3 weeks ago, Holmes.
That's alright, that's alright. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's going to be fascinating when you inevitably get around to 3 and see how your opinions change. Because I feel like the later games are much more polished experiences, but they do lose a bit of the unique identity the first 2 games had in the process. So it'll be interesting to see
Yeah,
how
I
you
hear
balance
that
those
they
out.
bully you less, and I'm not enthused about that. I loved the games most when they bullied me hard, but it gave me time to realize, oh, sir, you are about to be bullied.
Like, I think I lost, like, 6 Pikmin in 3, and I've only lost 1 in Pikmin 4.
Oh,
I haven't beaten 4 yet, but...
I don't like the sound of that.
I mean, I also, like, lost maybe 30 in 2, so these are games that click with me very strongly. So it might
Okay.
just be something like that, but it's definitely significantly easier.
Oh, thank you, Jared. 1,154 deaths.
How do I only lose 6? I play Starcraft. Bro, Pikmin's nothing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this Pikmin narrative progresses.
I am too. There are other games I want to get to before Pikmin 3, though.
I would definitely recommend doing the other games first. Like, it's
Yeah.
a good time.
I do not want to burn out or be extra mean to it.
Solid plan.
Okay, that's the video games. 2.5 hours. God, I thought my voice would be dead by now.
I'm impressed you've held up for so long. Well done.
I am too.
Let's do the future side.
Let's go.
Future Sight!
Okie dokie. What have we got on the... I know we've got a lot of heavy hitters on the docket. It's been a crazy month.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been awful. But you know what? We got some stuff. We got some lighter news for everybody. Starting off with EVO Japan announcing a collaboration with the only street that matters.
I only read the title of that. I did not realize... I thought it was just Street Fighter, but this is so much better.
They had a much better street in mind. You know what? Because you know what can chase the Satsui no Hado away? That's right, sunny days. On my way to where the wake up DP is sweet. Can you tell me how to get? How to get to Sesame Street. EVO Japan has announced an official collaboration with Sesame Street so that you can see Elmo, Cookie Monster, and Big Bird with nondescript fight sticks.
I mean, like, look... I don't know if I can zoom in properly on this, but, like, he's got, like, a full, like, setup and everything. I can't zoom
Yeah.
in properly, but oh my god, that's hilarious.
Elmo's dad made him the perfect rig at age 4.
Which do you think is the toxic one of the friends? Is it Big Bird, Cookie Monster, or Elmo?
Oh, it's absolutely Elmo.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Elmo tech that shit?
Big Bird's just a very calm, like he's an armada of the team, where then Cookie Monster just kind of fails upward and it works.
Mm-hmm. Elmo's like, how did Elmo drown in pools? He lost to Rocco. Rocco is a rock. Elmo fight stick broken. Elmo never accept modern controls. Elmo say you learned quarter circle forward, or you go the fuck home.
Just starts insulting his opponents by going through the ABCs.
Mm-hmm.
A is for amateur, B is for bitch.
So yeah, that's good. That is all set.
Nice feel-good story.
Absolutely. You want to have a feel better story?
This one I did hear about, and I do indeed feel better about knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yes.
Because the only thing that can be stronger than Sesame Street is Shadow the Hedgehog. And we have confirmation of who will be voicing him in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie. That's right, Keanu Reeves.
The only one stronger than Shadow the Hedgehog.
The only one who understands the loss of losing a loved one and picking up a gun and killing thousands of military agents in vengeance.
I'll admit, I haven't been big on any of the Sonic movies that have been out so far, but I'm
Have I.
Definitely going to watch this one solely for Keanu Reeves' Shadow.
Yes.
I don't need anything else to justify that purchase.
Man. Shadow the Hedgehog's so cool.
He's so cool.
He's so cool. As he says himself, I'm the coolest. And he was right. Every single time.
Absolutely. That's kind of the beginning, middle, and end of that story, isn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a follow-up to it that would be funny. But no. No, there was no who is your ideal blank, because no, we've hit the peak.
Mm-hmm.
No, I prefer this to Hayden Christensen.
I agree.
Yeah. But speaking of the beginning, middle, and end, unfortunately, it is the end for a beloved PlayStation franchise. That's right. LittleBigPlanet has ended support for all of its servers indefinitely. All of them were taken offline temporarily in January 2024. This is now the end for LittleBigPlanet 3.
When did this
Thousands.
How old is this?
It's, I want to say like 2012-ish.
Okay.
But no, thousands upon thousands of custom creator-made things. Of levels of a legacy dating back to LittleBigPlanet 1. In 2008. Is now officially over.
It had quite a legacy. What is it? The top 4th video game character of all time?
Yeah.
Sackboy himself.
Well, no, he was 5th.
5th. I'm sorry.
5th. Yeah, no. Of course, Sonic was 4th.
Yeah, of course. I mean, honestly,
Right, of course,
stolen from
underneath
Sackboy.
beloved Agent 47, which of course Sonic and Sackboy could never overcome.
That's true.
God, what a wonderful legacy to leave for a terrible platforming series. Have you tried to jump in those games?
It's awful. Like, I love seeing what people make in them, but oh my god, I hate playing those games.
Oh my god. He's the floatiest, shittiest jump in the world. It's like all of my complaints with Super Metroid jumping, but worse.
And in 3D.
Speaking of Super Metroid jumping and rejection, though, we have our next story, which is another lovely story about Fortnite. As it was revealed in an interview that there were in fact Nintendo characters planned for it. Samus Aran was planned to be in Fortnite, but Nintendo said no because they wanted her on Switch exclusively, and Epic would not budge from a multi-platform release for the Samus skin.
I feel like I've heard rumors about this being the case for years now.
Yes, but we got it confirmed in an interview.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if there's anything else apart from Samus?
That was the big one that I was able to dig up.
Okay, so maybe more, but I can never get through those initial negotiations.
Yep. Which is just, it is so funny seeing so much of Nintendo leak out because of Epic. Like, you have to consider they survived an Activision partnership, and this shit didn't happen. But through Epic alone, we've got the Samus leak and Nintendo's dealings with the Yakuza.
Right! That's a... Now, yeah. It's a leaky ship right there.
Yeah.
Risky to be...
But it's okay. Nintendo learned from their mistakes, and they've patched up all of their leaks. Every little loose end that they need to tie up, they're going right to it. Which is why they have asked Gary's Mod Workshop items be removed from Steam with an over 20-year catalog of Nintendo things. Now, many people have speculated that this is someone just pretending to be Nintendo, pretending to be John Nintendo, as was the case earlier this year where this same story happened, but it was just a man pretending to be John Nintendo. However, Gary has confirmed that no, bro, it's Nintendo. And I think that Gary knows about Gary's Mod because of his name.
Probably, yeah. That's just petty. Like, what does... Honestly, can it even work as well? How do you police that? How do you prevent that? You'd have to stop it from being an open source.
You sit on Steam Workshop, and you look for anyone who uploads a mod, and if they do, you sue the hell out of Steam.
I mean, yes, but that's just gonna lead to people, like, advertising one thing, but then finding workarounds to still get the Mario and the Link and the Samus.
Oh yeah, no. I absolutely know. This is going to lead to a lot of slime tutorials. Damn, you look at me and you're like, what the fuck is a slime tutorial?
Not a clue.
It's what you look up when you want to see a Broadway show but can't afford to go to Broadway.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've just never heard the terminology before.
So if you really want to look up, like, a Beetlejuice slime tutorial, then you can learn how a Beetlejuice slime tutorial works.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, welcome to the age of slime, everybody! We've done it, we slimed up Gary's Mod, thanks to Nintendo. Defended themselves from the little guy.
I feel like this is just gonna make it worse. Like, this feels like an easy hornet's nest that is just gonna rise up and do actively, like, antagonizing things as a result of it.
Mm-hmm.
Gary's want to shut it down next year? I did not know that.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Oh. Well, you got a year. You got a year.
But it worked either way. Like, the story is that it happened. But that's okay, because there are things that we can rely on to always keep happening, no matter what happens to occur. Like, through rain, nor sleet, nor snow, nor having a single game to show, whatever happens, you can always count on BlizzCon to show up, to present something, and to weather the storm of hatred. And on this, the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft, how could they not have their biggest possible show to give to gamers?
Yeah.
What's that, boy? Oh, what's that? Blizzard fell down a well? What?
Fell down a well? They've been down there for years.
No, they always find their way back out of the well. It doesn't matter. No matter how many people they sexually harass, they always find their way out of the well.
This is wellception at this point, man. They're finding wells within wells.
What's that, boy? They're saying that they made this decision on their own the year after they were purchased from Microsoft?
I mean, obviously. Clearly. The last one was so good.
They said that they had nothing to show when they famously had nothing to show every other year except for like the Diablo phone game. Blizzard, the company that is famous for doing nothing for years, and then they release a game? They have nothing to show this time?
Well, you gotta give some credit. They also promised things that they later cut out of the games. Like, we could have had another announcement of something else they're not going to do now.
But why would Blizzard lie to me? Why would they ever lie? Overwatch 2 was completely necessary for all of the features they added to Overwatch 1, like
an inability for tanks to interact with each other. Or changing McCree's name to Cassidy, and how that was the biggest news story for 8 months regarding the game. That's all that's... I'm just tired of hearing about Blizzard at this point. It just makes me sad.
But speaking of unfeeling robots who don't care about you or any ability for you to play the game, we have visual proof that the robots are winning. So do you know anything about the character Eddy Gordo from Tekken?
No.
Okay, so Eddy is an amazing character because he basically popularized the entire art of capoeira. Because he was introduced in Tekken 3, and he was really, really good at a beginner level. Because he has a great combo, and all you have to do is hit 3 repeatedly, and he will go low and high and do mix-ups, and he's great. He is like a perfect masher character, and then he has brilliant amounts of depth beyond that. So one person had the brilliant idea, because Eddy Gordo was just released into Tekken 8. And they created a bot that will play ranked online matches as Eddy, and the only thing they will do is mash 3 as fast as they can.
I don't know what Vanquisher rank is in the context of Tekken 8, but I'm assuming it's high.
Here are the stats. Total playtime, 142 hours, 53 minutes, with 3,393 matches, and a 32.8% win rate. That is over 1,000 wins by a robot who just presses one button over and over again with a 9-match win streak at the most.
That's amazing.
All streamed live, where people booed anyone who would dare learn.
The amount of 3s in that chat must have been beautiful to see. I'm picturing just a wall. Constantly moving wall.
Yeah, please no, he's just hitting the button. He's doing nothing else but hitting one button repeatedly.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it? Ah, there is good in this world. Can't wait for Twitch chat plays A Gordo. Absolutely. They don't need anything else. You just hit 3. Anything else would be an issue. And speaking of 3s, you know, Embracer Group actually got a brand new CEO, clearly. And that is Fred Jones. Because no one else would be brave enough to look at this group and go, let's split up, gang. Because Embracer Group, after failing to get massive amounts of funding, allegedly from the Saudi Arabian government, allegedly, has split into 3 different aspects. Asmodee, Coffee Stain and Friends, and Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends.
Really using the creative juices for those names.
It is incredible how you could say Middle-earth and Friends or Middle-earth Enterprises, and that would be okay. But you combine the two, and I hate it. I hate everything about it.
Well, yeah, because they gotta bring their friends as well, but... And they're enterprising. You gotta have the full title.
Yeah, for reference, Asmodee is mostly a board game company. Most famous probably for Sellers of Catan as their major product. Coffee Stain is more indie projects and video games and whatnot. And Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends is Tomb Raider. And also Middle-earth.
How dare you say Tomb Raider first? How dare
But
you?
it's the #1 video game character of all time.
You know what? That's true. How can I argue with that?
Exactly.
Spawned an entire genre, like fantasy, but now it's Lara Croft. She's...
Exactly. And this is why I say it's Fred Jones. Because he's like, okay, Daphne, you'll be with me in Middle-earth Enterprises. Velma, you go and investigate what people want at Coffee Stain. Shag and Scoob, you'll go down to Asmodee, and I'm going to settle you with a £900 million debt.
Oh, so Asmodee's just dead.
Yes. That's not dollars. That's English pounds.
Yeah, a board game company can handle that. Sure.
They just were like, okay, we have divided into 3, and you can handle it.
Alright, well, what is this... Embracer Group's just been this weird news story, like, since it's all started. Like, they're doing all this, and, like...
It's like they're embracing other groups. They sound evil. Will they be more evil than Square? Let's find out. I was actually asked in my Discord if you could take control of one video game group, what would it be? And my answer was Embracer. Because there is so much here. And like, obviously in the fantasy world where I don't have to care about business and can just play with franchises.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I just want another Legacy of Kain game before Templeman dies.
Yeah, it kind of feels like all of this is on a death march. Like they sacrifice Asmodee, but it doesn't.
But that's
sound
okay.
Like anything they're doing is working.
I'm sure that when we get later into the stories, we'll discover that this is just one really funny coincidence, and the video games industry is doing fine.
This is true. Yeah, like surely a one and done.
Yeah, absolutely. Huh. But that's okay. Because you know what? When something gets canceled, there's only one person to swoop in and find the way forward. That's right. Hatsune Miku has come in and continues throwing down all of the dominoes by appearing in Magic the Gathering.
Sure.
You say that every time I post a Miku story.
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not still entirely sure what Hatsune Miku even... I know she's like a singer, but like, is it a video game thing? Is it one of those weird holograph... Oh, no. Holographic likeness sells out in-person concerts at a regular basis. Oh, okay. I've learned a thing.
Yeah. So it's based on a program called Vocaloid, which is essentially being able to use synthetic voices as instruments to create your own songs. And that got a big fan following, and they marketed it through the voices as individual singers.
Okay. Now the question is, are the cards good?
I don't know. I haven't played Magic. I thought you would.
No.
Okay, chat, are these cards good?
Inspiring Vantage Miku lost but singing.
Can Hatsune Miku make me
The
better
renowned.
at Magic the Gathering than Street Fighter?
All of them slightly different art styles as well. Honestly, I like that. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure.
No, she's really cool. She's everywhere. She's in Pokemon. She's in Magic the Gathering. She's in a Jaden Animations video, so you know she's popular.
Alright. Cool.
But you know what's also popular? That's right, the decisions made by the video game company Square Enix.
Yeah, there's dozens of them. Dozens
Yeah.
of decisions.
Because you look at Square Enix, and they're one of the people that will give you never-before-seen results. By which I mean, Square Enix has reported never-before-seen losses, roughly $140 million USD, based on abandoning content.
Who could have seen this coming? I mean, just like, why you're gonna release like Babylon's Fall and immediately drop it? That's going to make problems in the future. You're gonna make Forspoken a thing, and then forget
Babylon's
it's a
Fall,
thing.
Forspoken, Avengers,
Fuck right, Avengers.
right? But that's okay. Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, it's still doing well. Shockingly,
It is still doing incredibly well.
Could sit next to Age of Empires 2 in this little corner of companies. Like, everything's on fire outside, but, like, we're doing fine.
Yeah. It's fine.
And obviously,
Surely-
Rebirth just wasn't enough.
Well, yeah. It's a PS5 exclusive. Of course it wasn't enough. That's
One
a
of
sequel
four?
game. But that's okay. I'm sure all the other companies are doing just fine.
Surely.
Because, like, yeah, we've turned the financial quarter. People are posting their earnings. What's Take-Two doing? Oh, they're planning to shut down Intercept Games and Roll 7? Makers of Kerbal Space Program and Ollie Ollie World, thus killing every single skating game out there right now?
This is the part of the video, everyone, where things are going to hurt for a little bit. They're not even, like, talking about what's going to happen with the games, which is not a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, space program's just dead. Well, not dead yet, but, like, probably dead.
Oh, yeah, no. The Reaper's Scythe is around the neck. So I'd like to take... I'd like to take the opportunity to advertise the game by my good friend Mr. Thee. Please look up Ollie Frog Toad Skater. It is a game where you are a frog who does skateboarding.
We will need more of those, apparently.
It is an indie game, and it is a skateboarding game. You don't have any more of those. So go ahead and look up Ollie Frog Toad Skater, which is a skateboarding game with a frog. You will like it, because it is a skateboarding frog. Mr. Thee, if you were watching this, you still have never beaten me in Mario Party, and I just want you to remember that. But that's okay. These are smaller companies, Square Enix and Take-Two. They don't matter all that
Yeah, of
much.
course.
No. But have you seen PlayStation? Sony is killing it. I mean, Helldivers 2 is the talk of the town.
Oh yeah, indeed. Like I haven't played it myself, but I'm always so tempted to, and it's so nice that it's such a open environment that anybody can jump in at any time that they want to.
I haven't seen America so excited for democracy in 2 decades. But Helldivers 2 turns it around completely.
Indeed.
Which would be a great thing. But you know what? I feel like it's a little bit too out of Sony's control. You know?
Yeah, like for a game centered around democracies, like we can only
Absolutely. So
that in
I feel like we should just make sure that everyone knows that Sony made this, right? And it's only fair; they own the game, so you might as well have people, sign up with their PSN account to get in.
Oh, that makes total sense, right? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. But I do hear some rumblings that like PSN isn't available in 119 different countries or so.
Well, I mean, but that doesn't.
So, yeah. It'd just be like those people who purchased the game entirely would be completely unable to play the game that they purchased.
I mean, but that's their fault for living in Puerto Rico.
Exactly.
The
You
U.S.
get it.
Virgin Islands don't matter that much, right?
Why would the entirety of Africa matter? That's not democracy.
Yeah, it's Gibraltar's fault for being attached to it.
I'm abandoning this bit immediately.
But yeah,
So-
everybody knows this story.
Yes, absolutely. But to go over it again, please understand that the dev was like, we are trying to do everything we can because they're not owned by Sony. This would be the end of the story if they were. But they are a partner. So they were able to say, yeah, basically, let your voices be heard. And thus, Helldivers 2 got the biggest review bombing on Steam in the history of video games. Because you have to understand, the Helldivers community is forged in blood by a mentality of us versus the world. So there was no more militant fan base to go and rally and bomb this game as hard as possible and figure out how to work within Steam's refund system to demand refunds, or else Steam would get sued. And that's money taken directly out of PlayStation's pockets. And because it was so vicious, so loud, and the developers themselves were against them, Sony announced that they are running this back.
Which is almost unprecedented for a video game company to just straight up admit that they fucked up. Usually there's more of they kind of like give a more gentle approach to it. Like, upon further recollection, we've decided that's not the best approach. But no, they're just like, nope, yeah, sorry. Please give us our money back.
Yep. It is a process where people were rejected refunds multiple times, but then they're like, no, submit it like this. Okay, and this, and this. And fans kept going, and fans kept rallying. Now, PlayStation hasn't completely implemented this as of yet, but it is announced that they're doing it officially through their channels. And many people are saying we never have to think about this again, but Helldivers 2 is a different breed because everyone will remember this moment. Because they are adding the 4 stripes of the negative review as a cape and an accessory.
That's amazing!
To remember all of the soldiers who fought that day.
I love that. Oh, that's some 6.5 banners, and here's the storm shit. That's my favorite.
Oh God.
That's even kind of a cool logo too. You'll get that
Isn't
and
it?
like Air Force logos, like different planes moving forward, which fits Helldivers so well because it's 4 players. It's almost Fate. Oh, I'm so happy. That's so good. And surely Sony's going to learn from this example and not try to do the exact same thing with Ghost of Tsushima or something like that.
Well, obviously, of course
that's
not.
Silly.
Yeah, what's that, boy? It's now unavailable in Japan?
No, because why would that audience be interested? Has nothing to do with them. Is that serious?
Yes. Yes.
Executives are funny.
Aren't they? Huh. But you know what else is funny?
What else?
Jack Frost from Atlas. And you could have him on a credit card with really big hair. Because if you join the Godhood Guild, you could get 2 credit cards. It's an Ahobino credit card, everyone. Nahobino credit card. That's the story.
Sure.
They had the balls to give one of the greatest protagonists of all time a Nahobino credit card.
Okay. Is this, like, a regular thing? Or...
But you get 2 stickers.
I mean, it's hard to argue with 2 stickers.
For all 2 of your credit cards that you use.
Yeah. It's not like there's, like, numbers that you need to see underneath those stickers or anything.
That's okay.
Fine.
They're fine. I needed a story in between these 2 stories.
Is the next one that... Yeah, the next one.
Yes. Yes, it is. So, like, Sony is here being as awful as you can see a video game company being. Denying people the ability to play a video game incredibly popular for
that they've
vanity.
already bought.
Yes. But, like, what could be worse than doing that? How could you do that? Well, how about you go over to your good friends at Arcane Austin, who you forced to make Redfall, and forced to release it early, which they did not want to make.
Mm-hmm.
And you tell them it's okay. You won't be let go because we told you to do this. And then you let them go.
Because you told them to do this.
Exactly. But it's okay. We're looking to make some more cuts. Alpha Dog Studios, they can go to. That's fine. But what's also not making us money?
Alpha Dog was the one that, like, brought Doom. Oh, Doom?
Yeah. Yes. But that's fine. It's like, what else is not making us money? Oh, Tango Gameworks. They haven't made us anything call since, like, Evil Within 2. That was years ago, and it didn't perform that well. So, here's what we're going to do. Their latest project, we're going to stealth release it. Okay? We're just going to drop it, and we're going to give it the most, well, that just happened trailer that we possibly can. Mm-hmm. And when that game, the Rush, High Rush, whatever, when that underperforms, it'll make perfect sense. Absolutely crystal clear sense. That, like, well, of course, it underperformed. They're not meeting our expectations, so it'll be easy to cut this so that we can properly make room for all the Activision Blizzard that's coming in.
Exactly. It'd be really embarrassing if it was like a surprise hit and like won Game Awards even.
I know, right? It would be absolutely humiliating if it was widely praised, incredibly financially successful compared to its budget. Gave us an incredible level of prestige, and we released press statements saying it was the kind of game that we hope to see more of and the kind of game that we need to release. And that, especially if it won a BAFTA the week before.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's like it was one of the few things that were giving people hope in Microsoft. That, okay, now the strategy's finally pairing out. They're gonna start releasing smaller, passionate games.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would be really embarrassing if all of that happened and we had to cut them anyway.
I just.
I hope JoJo and his team lands on their feet.
I do know. Like, I know it's a little more nuanced than this. A lot of these companies were just shells. Because apparently, being told by your higher ups to make things that you don't want to make causes people to leave.
Well, yes.
But, like, Tango blows my mind. How. Why. Is this because of the one, like. I can't remember what it's called. The game before this, that was like Xbox's big thing that like, oh, it's going around Tokyo, there's like ghosts of people.
Oh, Tokyo Ghostwire.
Yes, that one. I hear that didn't do super well, but
Well, yeah.
it's
Well, yeah, clearly this was their, okay, let's get the last thing out, let's squeak all the dollars we can out of it, and then go. Just a reminder, this game still is, Hi-Fi Rush still isn't out for Switch and PlayStation yet.
Are those ports just dead? Where
No.
do the royalties for those go?
Microsoft.
Company does... I don't understand this from, like, even a marketing side. You'd think they'd at least hold on to them a little longer. Even if you're planning on cutting it. Like, I can understand Arcane Austin. It's stupid and it's their fault, but I can understand that decision.
Absolutely.
But you're just showing people that it doesn't matter how good the stuff is. Like, the amount of instability and fear that must be going around every single other Microsoft studio right now.
Well,
This is just bad across the board. This is
you're one
self-harm.
mediocre game away from losing your job. And you don't have control of if the game is going to be bad.
You're one good game away from losing your job. If it doesn't go in the way that you expect it to.
If you are not part of the plan that helps Acta Blizzard King,
It's I mean, it's the consequence of buying up so many studios and not having the returns to show proper investments. It's and the fact that like 343 is still up, and they haven't made a, they've been just completely mismanaging things as well. Actually, it's just so many angles of viewing this story just make me mad.
This year has irreparably damaged the idea of the video games industry. Just the picture of it, the basic stability of it. We're hearing more stories of unionization and whatnot. Things will change. And it's incredibly scary because no one in this industry has job security, except maybe the people who work at exactly Nintendo.
I think Capcom's are going to be okay too, but
Capcom has always been hit and miss.
Larian's probably fine for a few years as well, but like...
Oh yeah, well, Larian's independent. Obviously, independent studios are pretty fine.
Like major
But
game publishers,
I'm talking
especially in like the
people
US.
that you can go to with a resume in the United States.
I can't think of one that's doing well. I don't think it was Helldivers. Well, actually, no. There was just the whole debacle.
We just had a story.
Oh yeah. They're not closing, but they're on fire as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just in a different area.
Well, they're not on fire. Sony is just throwing fire at them.
True. Yeah, it's gonna... It sucks to say, but it's probably going to get even worse before it gets better.
Oh, very likely. I believe someone told me that Microsoft has closed more studios this year than released games.
And as such, they've killed more games than they've released.
Mm-hmm.
That there's not really a good way of ending that. That just sucks. Just sucks.
Yeah. It's gonna be disappointing. I bet even Phil Spencer, looking at this, will be incredibly sad when he only adds a single-digit million bonus as opposed to a double-digit million bonus this year.
God damn it. No, that's why. See, he was selling the. He's taking the profits directly from what they would have paid Tango Gameworks and is now putting it in his own pocket. That's where the higher flesh rush royalties are going.
Oh, clearly.
Man, remember when he was cool?
No.
That was some crazy times.
When was he cool? Tell me.
2005.
Tell me the time where you remember
Mid-
Phil Spencer
mid-2010s,
cool.
People were down for him because he was like charismatic, kind of had that. I'm not gonna say Reggie Fils-Aimé level.
He was
energy,
never
but...
Reggie.
No, but like it was on the.
Shut. He wasn't even that guy. He wasn't even Kevin Butler. The guy from the PlayStation ads.
I honestly
PS3
don't remember.
era. He looked like John Madden, kind of.
Not ringing a bell.
I think he had a flamethrower at some point. I could be imagining that.
If only.
Anyway, next story.
Yeah, how do you follow all that up?
Oh, simple. Sonic the Hedgehog. Because Sonic Rumble will be arriving this winter, just in time for the Year of Shadow.
I have heard nothing about this before. Why am I looking at Amiibo?
Oh, don't worry. It's absolutely fine, because this is Sonic Fall Guys.
Oh! Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's actually kind of interesting.
No, it looks cool. The frame rate looks horrendous, but it looks cool.
This is not the stream quality. That's just what they released.
That's just the video. But like, it looks cheap, but it makes my heart feel things.
No, like that's a funny concept. Just taking the natural, like, Sonic's a bit hard to control regardless, and you're just leaning into it. That's funny. Okay.
You start
Sure.
like Carnival, you give free chomp chomp mouth. There's like, yeah, why not? Alrighty, and then my last story here is that Shin Megami Tensei 5's original version will be delisted from the Nintendo eShop on June 14th.
This because
This is, of
the
course,
new version, right?
Of the new version, yes.
Is there any, like, upgrade process to...
No.
Of course not. So if people that bought it from there just won't be able
No,
to...
of course, because like, Vengeance is rebalancing the whole game. Like, it is actively taking away this version of 5. Why? I don't know. Because you can still buy Persona 5 not Royal. You can still buy Catherine not full body.
Huh.
I mean, you could be one of the people who say, well, why would you want to play an inferior version of the game? Bitch, I love Persona 4 without the golden.
No, yeah, there's benefits to having those options and seeing, like, how things have changed even just for a case study.
Yeah, it's people not being upset about this, but still having their leg in the game's preservation argument that drives me crazy. Does Vengeance have a mode that's basically the original game? There are some changes. I looked it up with people on Twitter who are smarter about SMT than I am. But there will be some irreplaceable parts. just the like general flow and feel and whatnot.
Well, that sucks.
Doesn't it?
Just been a slew of happy stories for today's Future Sight. Gotta love it.
Hey, don't worry about it. I got some good stuff in there. We got an Albino credit card to balance it out.
That is true.
And Robot Eddy.
Sesame Street
Fighter
game.
yes.
God, imagine a Sesame Street fighting game. That'd actually be amazing.
Who do you think Elmo mains?
Elmo feels like a jury main.
Elmo does have feet. Okay. I had to go over my head. Have we seen Elmo's feet before?
And then Big Bird's like something defensive like Guile, and then Cookie Monster's 100% Zangief. Not a question in my mind.
Oh, I think Cookie Monster's a Blanca.
Now Blanca's too technical with like the little toys.
Yeah, Cookie Monster doesn't do that.
Press button and grab.
Yeah, Cookie Monster doesn't do that. He just is like, why does these things that worked in Street Fighter 4 not work here? I'm not going to learn a new character.
Any other news stories, or have we hit the...
No, that's all I can handle.
Tune in for next month, where we talk about even more game studios closing, probably.
It'll be great.
Yay!
All right, what you working on?
The culture thing I was talking about with XCOM Chimera Squad is the main thing. I've actually recently gotten a second job at the university that I'm going to, which is partly thanks to you. Thank you again for that. I'll thank you properly.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Oh, well, thank you. I didn't know if you wanted to do that, but I'll take the credit, of course.
Bro wrote an 800-word, like, essay being like, no, if you want to hire somebody for this, here's, like, 17 different examples. And I know this because when they offered me the job, I was accidentally CC'd into the deliberations of who to pick. Which was fun. I liked that. It's nice seeing how people... It's like, no, yeah, I think it's got potential. It's a good feeling. I wish people did it more. But apart from that, probably just streams.
Yeah. I was going to have things in June, but then I lost my voice, so I no longer have things in June. Whether they'll come soon or not, I don't know. I have a script about the noise written from the Pizza Tower. We'll see if that gets made. Other than that, I plan on continuing streams on Fridays as often as I can. I should be recovered by next Friday. But if I don't stream, then you'll know that I'm not recovered.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, and TTYD comes out on Thursday.
All right, yeah. That's neat. A couple of things coming out, actually. I'm actually cautiously interested in multiverses. Like, I'll at least poke it to see how differently it feels.
Oh, yeah, they added Bandana D to that.
No, it's Banana D.
Guys, I know it's different. I know it's a different thing. I know that the Kirby series doesn't have as many characters nearly as important to it as Banana D compared to the Adventure Time franchise and Banana Guard. I understand.
How dare you disrespect Banana Guard like that? He's like the fifth most important character in the show, I think. Maybe, probably. I've never seen it.
I've seen like 2 episodes, and I know that's a lie. Sorry, what's coming out?
Hellblade 2, Senua Saga.
Oh, right!
That's actually existing.
I look forward to its studio's closure in 3 months.
God, right. That's not going to sell well enough for how long it's been in development. Joy and rapture. Alright.
Isn't it?
Okay. Guess time for bonus stage.
Bonus stage, do it.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I think I've gone first like the last 3 times. How you
Okay.
feel about jumping in
Yeah,
this
okay.
time?
I could do that. So I had one that was very specific because I've been waiting for it to be fully translated before I bring it here, so I could make sure that I give it the time. And I said, I don't care what I've done. I don't care if I've done manga 3 times in a row before this.
Mm-hmm.
Which fortunately I haven't. But I said the instant it finishes and I read it is when I'm bringing it to the bonus stage. And that happened, and you challenged me really hard by saying some really bad things about My Hero Academia. And I was very tempted.
I just said I liked it more than One Piece. It's fine.
Yeah.
Now you have to deal with that live on camera. That's not going away now. It's been recorded.
I don't see how you can be a human being and have that opinion. It's like bro never saw Naruto. Doesn't understand basic storytelling elements that repeat themselves. Mina's good. But no, what I need to talk about now is Kaguya-sama Love is War. Which I am sure you have been recommended to you at some point in your life.
Oh, I think you've talked about this before, actually. Isn't this the one where you'll have like the narrator in the anime? I remember you showing me a clip.
Yes.
And then, oh, is it finally gonna happen? Are they gonna confess? Oh, come on!
Yes, that is it.
I remember that.
So, I adore Kaguya-sama Love is War. I'm not usually a fan of comedy anime. I just prefer character development and comedy that emerges naturally from the characters. I prefer comedy as the complement to the story. It's why I like things like Assassination Classroom so much. It's why I like One Piece so much.
Mm-hmm.
Kaguya is different because it starts as a very, very funny slice of life anime, wherein it is levels of, I will make this person confess to me because if I confess first, that is showing weakness and I cannot allow that. So they set up Death Note-esque mind games against each other in order to try to get each other to confess unintentionally to like matters of the first one, like, oh, there are 2 tickets to a movie and people who go together are said to be couples. And then it'll be like, of course, I've checked all of the schedules for this movie. I know exactly when it would be, so you will be unable to say no to me. And then she'll return, well, of course, I obviously knew that. Just in their own minds, which is why I planted the tickets into the mailbox of our single friend who would be unable to go to the movies today and waited all night to make sure that she got them so that she would bring it up today and hand them to you specifically.
That is glorious.
It is so much of that. And then we'll just have an episode where it's like, oh, the rich girl who's in love. It's a special where she walks to school for the first time because she slashed the tires on her own driver's car so that she could walk to school. And it's just a very sad story of her unintentionally being late to class and trying to meet up with her friend who she has a crush on because she wants to walk to school with him, and realizing that she will never get this chance again and wasting it trying to help kids cross the street because they are scared of crossing the street, despite being to this point an incredibly vain character.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of, yeah, she's never going to get this again. And it emphasizes that, and it takes all the time with its character moments that it wants and needs and develops that. And that's what sets it apart as a comedy for me. Kaguya-sama is outrageously funny in its parody of psychological warfare and using board games as an excuse to have Death Note sequences. It's very, very good at that. It will also spend all the time that it wants so that you have these characters who you care about, who you feel like you know these characters and their motivations. And that is why the comedy is funny. And that's the cornerstone of true comedy to me. It's feeling relativity with a character, feeling an understanding of a character, and feeling the comedy naturally emerge from that and seeing the situation evolve from it. It's why shows like Frasier work so well, because the comedy comes from your understanding of these characters and the expectation of it. And yeah, there's some level of comfort there, but there are moments where they grow and they have solitude and they have quietness and kindness to them. And those are beautiful. And I say all of this because of all of the shows that I have seen. This is the one that has made me cry the most.
Really?
Yes. This is the one that I care about more than anything. If anyone out there is familiar with the side character Yu Ishigami from this show, that character has a continually developing arc, and every step of the way I have cried on it for different reasons.
Oh.
To go into it is a dear amount of spoilers, but if you have ever been a very, very upset person who has also been self-sacrificing, and due to that, you have felt slighted and wronged and alone, and like what you do is insignificant because no matter what you try, no one will see it. That is the first step on like the 4 steps. I have never wanted to frame a manga panel before, but the closing chapter is him talking with a character that he didn't like and going like, why would you go out of your way for other people? And he goes, you just need people to help you. After all, there are good people in the world, and after all, good people saved me.
Oh.
And that hit me so hard that I cried openly in the Mexican restaurant we went to together.
Damn. Also, I have to say, the broken voice is really helping you sell this even harder.
I know,
now.
I know. It's going great.
It's legitimately getting to me.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen Red Dr. Stone? Yes, I read that over the past month. It's very good. They love 2 things in that world, science and butts, and it's very good at both. But there are 3 ways to enjoy Kaguya-sama. It's anime, it's manga, and the dub of it. And all of them are fantastic. I've seen all of them because I wanted to see the different spins on the story and the different ways that it lives through it. Mm-hmm. And obviously the manga is further ahead than either of the other 2. But I've never seen a story hit the point that it wants to promise and then continue on because the characters aren't done by just fulfilling that promise. They still have their lives to live, themselves to work out, and that love doesn't solve all of the answers of your life. Oh. It is one step in that road, but God, it can help because it draws people to you.
Yeah, that sounds like almost unheard of in like the manga space, because it's always like, okay, that's the That's the end goal. Now we're done.
The romantic comedy is resolved 2/3 of the way through.
And what does it become afterwards?
Character development.
Oh, bro, you're selling me on this so hard right now. You don't get that in, like, any media, really. Okay. I might legitimately... I know I say that a lot, that I'll check this out, but this is like Assassination Classroom levels of, okay, you're actually selling me with this one.
Did you finish that yet?
I had finals.
You're like 14 episodes from the end.
I know. I'll try to do some this weekend over math homework.
Okay. But yeah, this might be my favorite manga or anime of all time.
It sounds like it.
It really might. And, like, you know how often I bring that to here, because it's very easy to just read manga in bed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
And the Shonen Jump app is really cheap. But, no, it struck a chord with me that is so affirming, yet so painful in a way that is just people figuring themselves out. And then it goes back and I laugh really, really hard. Because everyone who is a part of this clearly cares about what they're making.
I think this is
I'm frozen again.
I was gonna say, I think this is an absolutely beautiful moment. So of course, this is the worst time. Okay, hold that emotional moment for 30 seconds. I will be perfectly honest. This might just be my computer dying. I have had this since I initially dropped out of university back in 2013 and haven't really upgraded anything since then, so it might just be time that it's just dying. We'll see. No, fuck you. I see what you're trying to do. No.
You said 30 seconds. I was counting to 30 seconds. But yeah, of everything I've gone through, this is the one that's stopped me in my tracks the most and made me go, I see myself here. That's not to take away from anything else. And, but seeing myself and more importantly, seeing past myself to see the struggles of others. And the main guy's dad is voiced by Dio fucking Brando. And he is like, Miyuki. Hello, it is I, your sugar daddy. I am home. And it's like, you don't know what that means, Dad. No, I don't. Is it not good?
Not in this context, no.
And then he becomes a streamer.
Yes! Oh, that sounds amazing! Just out of touch dad trying to exist, and that's some juicy shit.
He has lost his job, and through his depression, he has found YouTube gaming.
You've already sold me on it. You don't have to keep going, dude.
He's like the 8th most important character. But yeah, that is Kaguya-sama Love is War. Oh, right. Last thing. Every single opening of that anime is the best opening I've ever heard. Because the man who sings it sounds like he has sex every single day of his life. There is so much jazz and life in his voice. I am seduced every time that I hear the phrase daddy daddy do from his lips.
Okay then, sure.
Is a tremendous adaptation. The original is also tremendous. This is one that I Assassination Classroom I recommended with caveats. No, this I recommend to anyone.
All right. Would you prefer I finish Assassination Classroom first or immediately jump into this?
Please finish Assassination Classroom.
Okay.
Like, you're right there. If you're, like, middle of season 1, sure. But you saw the episode.
Yeah, the hook is there. It's almost like, okay, I know I'm going to finish this, so now it's just joining the pile of the Disco Elysiums, and like, okay, this is so much quality, I'm sure I'm going to get to it eventually
no, just finish this.
In my life.
Don't let it be Banjo-Kazooie.
That's not a Disco Elysium. That's...
You said you were going to finish it like 3 years ago.
I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Maybe I'll break a leg at work and just have 2 months that I have nothing else to do. It's possible.
You have 5 more worlds. You be in half the game already. It's not even long.
But there's so many other things I want to do too, though. I haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3 yet. It's one of my favorite games, and I still haven't finished it.
You're never going to finish it.
Don't, I know. I'm genuinely scared of that, I know.
You're never going to finish it. It's not your fault.
Yes, life's gone.
It's not your fault.
Direction.
It's not your fault.
Okay, now it feels like it is. You're scaring me.
It's not your fault.
Alright, anything else to say about Kaguya-sama?
No, I'm done talking.
Alright, I'll give you a break for a bit then.
All right.
Alright, so I've been watching a couple of things this month, some of which I might bring in the future. But what I want to talk about today, especially since it very recently became stupidly relevant, is a Hulu series based around, I think, 16th, 17th century Japan called Shogun. Are you familiar with
My
Shogun?
fitness trainer recommended this, and then I couldn't find it online.
Yeah, it's on Hulu, which you can, like, access if you've got, like, a Disney Plus thing in America. It's convoluted, but thankfully I have access to that through my sister, so I was able to take part in this story. And holy shit. Like, I had it recommended to me by my boss at work.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't... So I thought it was going to be good, but I didn't expect it to be nearly as good as it ended up being. It's often described as, like, kind of reductively, but Game of Thrones in Japan. I do think
wow,
it hits...
people understand political Oh my... I'm sorry, I'm upset now. I'm very upset. That's boiling down so much history.
Right?
That's like saying, oh, the conquests of Hannibal were Game of Thrones in Greece.
To the small credit of those people, it is often said more in just along the lines of the level of quality of the writing around political discourse in a show, as well as the level of acting and directing around character work in the original 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. And I do think in that lens, that is an apt description, because the level of writing, acting, and directing in this show is phenomenal.
You know the movie Lincoln with Daniel Day-Lewis? That's like Game of Thrones, but in America. You know the biopic of Abraham Lincoln?
I mean, I would be interested if someone said, hey, this has got Game of Thrones level writing quality. I think that's fair.
But they don't mean that. They just mean it's politics and sex.
That's also true. That is also absolutely true. But to actually start praising this show a little bit, the main premise is that it's right around the time that, like, Western Europe is starting to come into contact with Japan. Like, right when Portugal gets settled, like, Christianity is starting to spread across the country, and we join a crew of Englishmen that are trying to get to the Japans and essentially uproot the Portuguese influence here.
Okay.
Very much a kind of a... Oh, what's the narrative style called? It's what everybody's complaining about on Twitter right now with Yasuke in Japan. The stranger out of what... The kind of narrative where you're taking somebody from outside of a culture and bringing them in as a way of exploring the culture from the eyes of somebody that hasn't seen it before.
What, the whole stranger in a strange land concept?
Yes, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. And it does this exceptionally well here. I think every single character is acted to perfection. A huge thing that I look for in the TV shows I watch, be it animated or not, is how well they use facial expressions to communicate storytelling. My character saying one thing or just and meaning something else, or just...
I'm sorry, the chat just said isekai.
I mean... That's not completely inaccurate. Fucking hell. Yes, Shogun is essentially just an isekai. That's all you really need to know going into it. I could stop talking here.
You remember when the truck hit the British Isles and sent them to Japan? I'm not making fun of you, Podplant. It's the term isekai has been so ruined.
The reason this narrative setup works so well in this show in particular is because it really triples down on language barriers. One of the main characters, the Anjin, as he's called, has to always interact with everybody around him based off of the very few people around him that can speak English.
Mm-hmm.
And you're always seeing through the subtitles that anytime he's saying something to the other main character, his name is Toranaga, an actual historical figure. He was the one that kind of regained the Shogun title after all this. So, history spoilers for how a show works. That's based off of a historical figure. You've been warned. But it's so fascinating. It creates so much tension. Seeing how these characters are inferring information to each other, but very just ever so slightly tweaking what each other is meaning without the knowledge of any of the other characters. Like, sure, Blackthorn is it Blackthorn or Blackhammer? Gosh, I'm getting him mixed up with a fucking Warcraft 3 orc chieftain. His name's Black something. I think it's Blackthorn. I'm 95% sure it's Blackthorn.
It's very dangerous to say that.
Well, it's not like it's topical right now at all with the recent Assassin's Creed thing or anything. What was I saying? I've forgotten. Oh, yeah. So, you'll have these characters, like... He'll be talking about, oh, yeah, it's nice to meet Toranaga, and then you'll have the translator say, he pledges himself to your service, and it's not something quite that extreme, but there's these ever so slight deviations of someone either being a lot more respectful than they mean to do, or promising something when they're only suggesting it, that just creates so much political tension that it's make every moment of this show just feel tense in a really good way. Music is incredible across the whole thing. There's some really genuinely gut-wrenching story moments, just kind of exploring how horrifying it can be when cultures collide and people don't realize what's going to happen until it's too late.
Right.
The show really respects, like, the... kind of comparing it to what I was complaining about the XCOM Chimera Squad. This understands the gravity of certain situations that are going on, and it does not pull any punches in terms of what happens to certain characters because they don't understand something or they don't respect something and suffering the consequences for it. Oh, that is an unfortunate frame to pause on. You look tired, my friend.
I'm a bit.
I said this while the call ended, but I think my video driver might just be dying right now.
Could be.
It's 10 years old.
Oh, well. There you go.
Alright. Attempt number 5. how's everyone going today? This has been a long episode. Be fun to keep it like this, yes, but new emote.
You have time.
Just name it Hour 4.
Mm-hmm.
No further explanation. Fucking hell, this has been breaking. Just so many of my trains of thoughts. Fuck, what else do I want to talk about? I haven't cried during a show in a long time. I was bawling at the end of the 9th episode of this one.
Oh, good.
It does a very... You know that thing in a show where you'll get the sense of, like, oh, something bad's going to happen, and they just barely prevent it, and you're feeling good from that, and then the bad thing happens even worse, like, 10 minutes later?
Yes.
That's what we're doing with here. It's horrible, but holy shit, I love it. It one of those shows that kind of just leaves an impact on you. Definitely not a happy ending, but, like, kind of profound, like... That feeling's gonna carry on with me for a while. Does some really, really clever visual storytelling. Like, talking about, like, in terms of, like, flashbacks and dreams, showing characters having things, but then tossing them away to show, like, oh, that was actually just something he wants to do. He's never actually going to be able to do that again because he no longer has that thing that he had in the flashback. Just really, really clever, like, set design and prop design because of that. I'm kind of rambling all over the place, but this show hit me in a way I really wasn't expecting to. I was kind of just expecting, like, a fun little period piece that's have some dramatic political tensions, but, like, no, this show's fucking phenomenal.
Oh, it's like Game of Thrones. Good.
They did renew it for two more seasons as well, which is far past where the book goes, so it might end up being a Game of Thrones situation in more ways than one. We'll see.
Oh, lovely.
But I would definitely...
Best season ever!
I would definitely recommend people that have any interest in, like, Japanese culture from this time period to check this out, because it does so much with both celebrating
talking to me.
Like, there's a whole... I can't remember what the plays are called, but the thing where the...
You're going to go a long way to explain Rakugo to me.
It might be called Rakugo. There's two things in my head. That's one of them. I can't remember the term of the other one. But the whole, like, super dramatic... I don't want to describe it poorly and being sensitive, but the point is there's good shit in this that's been really well thought out.
Good.
I'm tired. This has been a long episode. This has been a long month.
This has been an average length episode. They're all long.
My light's right in front of my time. It's 4...
It's only 4.
It's only 4. Oh, I will also say, I should say this, for anybody interested in checking it out, it gets, like, extremely brutal at times, like, uncomfortably so. If you don't want to see someone commit seppuku, like, stab, twist, intestines fall out, don't watch this show. It doesn't pull punches in any sense whatsoever.
Okay, but does it glorify the violence in any way?
No.
Good.
It does not.
Good.
All right. Shall we finish off with
Let's
comments?
go. Yeah.
Okay, and now, since YouTube is moving at a snail's pace, I have to wait like 2 minutes to be able to load the comments. So this is just great. Hope you all are having a jolly old time. We're just hanging out. No, yeah, it's fine. Just real slow. open up the content tab in YouTube Studio. Yes,
Yeah,
there's the episode.
Here's a question for you. If you had to be a Nintendo species that was not a human, what would you be?
That's a fascinating question. Because on one hand, something aquatic like a Zora just sounds amazing. Just being able to explore the ocean freeform like that. Yeah, Gavin understands.
Yeah.
My gut reaction was actually a Chozo. Just because, super high-tech stuff. I'd technically be dead, I guess.
That's fine. I would want to be one of the portrait ghosts from Luigi's Mansion. Because they have all the advantages of being ghosts, but they can still eat.
You know what? I see that. I can come over for that. Sure. Get the fun incorporealness, but you also don't have to sacrifice food.
Exactly.
Okay. Comments are up.
You didn't make a choice. You just said maybe the Chozo. Oh, wait, they're dead.
I think I'd probably go Zora. I think being a Zora just sounds fun.
Got it. No pawn.
How dare you? How?
You're very lucky. I am incapable of doing a no pawn voice right now.
Moving on. From Magic Ice. First says, happy 1 year of doing DGG on stream, 2 years doing DDG, and 3 years since you guys did DD on Smash Design. I did not realize that was this much of an anniversary. That's cool.
Oh, hey, let's go.
Would you look at that? Would you look at that? This question has 3 parts, so please do it 1 question at a time and only spend a bit on each part until the final part. Number 1. Is there a game you would like, but there is one issue with it that ruins the whole experience for you?
Ooh.
Something that makes you say, ugh, if only that was removed or slightly changed, then I would enjoy the game so much more.
Yeah, Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls.
Okay, why is that?
If they remove the scene that triggers my trauma of sexual assault, then I would really like the game.
That will indeed do it.
However, unfortunately, it is the worst scene I have ever seen in any game.
Just looking at
Oh yeah, also if they just remove the ending of Mass Effect 3.
Ha! That's a classic one for sure.
Like, I know that it's blown out of proportion, but it really is that much of a pain to get through it.
I'm gonna be rightfully mocked for this, but there is a mental block that I just cannot get over by having to hold backward to block in most fighting games. I've tried so hard, and I just can't do it.
No, it's fine. It's understandable. The Mortal Kombat series implemented a block button until they took that out in Mortal Kombat 9 because they realized it was bad.
Anything else? I mean, there's several Sonic games where I could say if I could this control 10% better, I might have a lot more fun with it. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna find anything else bigger than the block. And besides, this is a multi-part question.
Yeah.
Let's say you want to replay that game again for whatever reason you have. Before you start playing the game, a friend tells you about this ROM hack / mod that generally improves the game in many little ways, including the big problem you have with the game. Do you play the fan-made ROM hack or stick with the original?
Oh, I stick with the original. Absolutely. Like, the only exception to this is that it would have to be, for me to do it, an entirely gameplay-based issue. and it would have to be a game that I had already completed and felt good about. For example, I would do this for Donkey Kong 64. I would not do this for Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls.
Okay. Just getting rid of like annoying glitches that just get in the way, or being like, if this one minigame just worked like this, it'd be amazing. That sort of thing.
The sort of thing like I could swap Kongs at any time and I move slightly faster.
Okay. And third part of this question. Oh, and my answer is probably the same. Like, I would... For a game to... for me to start considering modding a game, I already have to love it to the point that I just want more of it. And
well, yeah, yours is different. It's like saying, would you play Project M?
Even then, though, I don't think I wouldn't go install a mod for Street Fighter 6 to put a block button in the game. I would just feel bad because I'm not getting at the game.
But everyone has the block button suddenly.
Yeah, I don't think I would like that. That would feel a little... I didn't learn, it was just given to me kind of vibe. I wouldn't appreciate that.
All right.
Number 3. Let's say you want to replay a game you like and will play it on an emulator. Before you start playing the game, a friend tells you about an official remaster that generally improves the game in many little ways, including the big problem you have with it. You have the console that this remaster is on, and you deem the price pretty affordable. Do you play the official remaster, or stick with the original? So kind of the same question, but just in a different way.
I play the official remaster. I want to see what the team has done to rebalance it. It'd be really interesting as long as it keeps the core of the game. I'm interested to see, because at that point, it's not... At that point, I feel like it is a solid piece of iterative art. Whereas a ROM hack has the main feature of someone looking deep into a game's code and tweaking and altering it for the sake of making it the version they want. Mm-hmm. A remaster inherently is done with a full team that is trying to create a new idea from it. And therein is the dividing line for me, I think.
Plus, there's a simple fact that, like, the amount of resources that are able to go into an official remaster, you can see so many cracks in
Precisely.
mods and ROM hacks, and it's so hard to get over that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, if you're saying that they will be of exactly the equal quality of the mod versus the remaster, or if it's like a situation where Super Mario 64 and 3D All-Stars versus the completely decompiled Super Mario 64 that's available on the Nintendo PC, then yeah, I'll probably look at the full decompilation. I don't think that it's a matter of official versus unofficial. It's a matter of the presentation and intent.
I would agree with this. They have a little conclusion to this as well. This question came from looking at many Metroid ROM hacks lately shown, such as Super Metroid Redux, which has options like Zero Mission styled controls and gravity, and Metroid Prime 2 without beam ammo. I heard many people have these issues with these otherwise legendary games, and I wonder if people would choose to play without the problems they have with games. I also wonder if people view official changes to the ROM versus fan-made alterations, and how that changes the perception of the changes. I generally don't use ROMs at all to fix issues. It's almost always additive. Just like, this is a game that I think is fun, I want to see what else can be done in this formula if somebody has added an additional option on top of what's already there. Big part of why I love the RTS genre for this reason for so much is that they have that template that they can just, what if this was played with a different faction, or what if this was 3-player co-op, or various things like that. If I can experience it in different ways, that's appealing to me. Mm-hmm. If it's trying to fix the original game based on somebody's original vision, that's significantly less interesting to me. Because that vision isn't mine. It's interesting to hear that people want to correct that, but I have no real desire to do it myself.
Certainly.
Let's grab... let's start going down the list in chat. Marshadow,
sounds
if
good.
Sonic were to cross over with something other than Sega series, what series would you pick?
Devil May Cry.
Oh, shit. Oh, just Virgil and Shadow interacting in general.
That or Beautiful Joe would be beautiful.
Oh, Beautiful Shows would be a good one, too. I definitely see that. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank with this one. Because the only thing that's coming to my head is just like racing games like F-Zero and whatnot, and that's just a boring answer. You know, I would love to see a Sonic game based around like a Dungeons and Dragons session where the Sonic characters are the characters in the session. Something like that sounds hilarious to me.
Oh, that sounds like a fantastic visual novel. Sonic and Ace Attorney.
I want to see Knuckles as Druid, because you think he'd be a barbarian, but no, he really gets into it. He dresses up, all of that. He's found a surprise passion, and then Tails is just an absolute rules lawyer and a bit insufferable to play with, but he has good ideas. There's fun you
Borderlands do that, yes. But this is Sonic.
This is Sonic. This sounds significantly more fun to me.
You don't understand playing with Eggman as a horrible DM who just wants you to die.
Yes! Eggman that's perfect. Absolutely. 10 out of 10. Let's grab from Jared Hebert. If you could have one cancelled game for a series would you like to be made, what would it be? Optional extra. What game for that series do you wish was canned? I think we've been asked the first one a few times. I don't know if we've ever been asked the second one.
Yeah, that's so easy. Am I frozen again?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Stand by for 20 seconds. Boop. These delays are brought to you by the NVIDIA 980, I think. Yeah, he froze, but it'll eventually crash as well. So it's better to just reset it. Okay, we'll see if we can get through this.
All right, great.
For one more time.
The answer, as it always is Donkey Kong Racing. And then the game to revive is delay Donkey Konga to after Jungle Beat comes out.
Okay.
The trajectory of that series changes incredibly.
I think that Starcraft Battlefront game that was cast in like 2021 is always going to be one of my... Oh, I was dreaming of that for years, and it almost happened, but it didn't. Thanks for that.
I'm shocked that your answer isn't immediately StarCraft Ghost.
Ghost, I've seen enough gameplay of it to know that it looks a little janky.
Well, yeah, but you could get it and also cancel Wings of Liberty in its original release.
Yeah. Can I say I want StarCraft 2 story to happen like 6 years after the original instead of 12? Keep the momentum of the vibe and not retcon everything. That would have been nice. I would also maybe selfishly can World of Warcraft so I could get Warcraft 4.
Yeah. Oh, can I just kill Sly Cooper 4? I don't even need another game. Can I just kill Sly 4?
I know this is going to upset some people in chat, but I might kill Xenoblade 2 so that my love of the first one was never tarnished. It'd be interesting to see that GameCube 3D Kirby. To see how I don't know if it would have been healthy for the series, but just see how things would have shifted from that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the original version of Capcom Fighting Jam, the 3D fighter that had Mike Hagar in it, as opposed to that piece of shit we got for Capcom Fighting Evolution.
I feel like other Ramen Fates are too easy of just oh yeah, this one that killed the series. Let's get rid of that one.
But what you bring back? Dread came out.
I'd kill Generation 6 of Pokemon. I would want them to either put more time into that or just keep continuing off the general formula they had with Black and White 2.
Such a weird concession of a generation because it's so clear that they made so many less Pokemon so they could port everyone to 3D.
And it's just all so... I don't even know if I call it bad, just aggressively mediocre. Or mid, even. Whatever's between those two. It did give us Aegislash, and Aegislash is cool, I will give you that.
Oh, but the obvious one for me, kill Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts for any of the other proposed Banjo projects. Like, I doubt it would have changed the trajectory of the series. However, I would have bought an Xbox a lot earlier.
Yeah, in that regard, just Rabbids. I'll kill the Rabbids. Just in general, I'll kill the Rabbids.
No, I like Rabid Peach. She's good.
At what cost, though? You could still have something like that happen without necessarily the Rabbids. But
No.
Rayman is dead. Let's see. From Trainer ZN, which characters deserved a better game? A character that you love, but really talk about because of where it comes from.
So this is going to be the weirdest answer apps ever.
Okay.
Kanji Tatsumi and Naoto Shirogane.
Nah. What?
Which is like, this is your favorite game of all time. However, they deserve the ability for me to speak about them.
Oh. Okay. I'm on the same wavelength now. Okay.
The game around them does not allow for the depth that I feel from the characters.
Let's see. We're talking about where it comes from.
Yuka and Laylee.
Ooh, well, I mean, Impossible Lair wasn't that bad.
Impossible Lair is great. They really deserve a much better first impression.
This is fair. This is absolutely fair.
The cast of Star Fox Adventures.
Oh.
Because I love the interpretations of all of those characters. Because all of them are downtrodden and out of work. And it is fun seeing Star Fox. Like, that is by far the most interesting version of Fox to me. Where in every other one, he is hyper elite and just incredibly competent. Andros won't get his way with me. But in this one, he is whiny and knows he's the best. Mm-hmm. And he's upset that he doesn't have work because he has driven out all of his work because he was too good at his job. And I adore that interpretation of Fox.
It's certainly more... Yeah, I'm feeling that. I'll get behind this plan. Just talked about the game, but there's a couple of the backstories in Chimera Squad where I just feel like, oh, this could have been a fantastic standalone game. Like, there's the Muton who's, like, in a prison and has to defend his fellow inmates from, like, this alien invasion. There's a sectoid whose entire file is just redacted because he apparently did quite a lot of awful things, mind controlled a lot of people, possibly killed another one of the squad mates' families. It's like, oh, these are good templates here. I'd love to see anything done with them. There's a handful of Fire Emblem characters in some of the weaker entries. That's just really easy to gravitate towards.
Certainly.
I can't remember the... God, what's the dude's name? In Fates. It's one of the only good characters
Jeff Bridges.
there, but... Yes, famous character Jeff Bridges from Fire Emblem Fates. But
you asked for the dude's name.
You do naturally get a lot of characters like that, where it's like, oh, you're... I wish you had a different support system, but if you did, God, I'd love to hear more from you. So I'm drawing a little bit of a blank on this one, otherwise.
No, there's good ones. I just have to think of good story, bad game. Good story, bad game. Good story, bad game. Oh, Handsome Jack.
Yo, that's a great poll. Yes. Great character.
Yep.
Not much interest in playing the game. Okay. From... Let's do one more. Chris and Casey Brown. What's the coolest guest fighter that should have happened? Explicably didn't, but should have.
Any Yakuza character in Tekken?
I feel like that door's still open, but I can see it. I can see it.
No, the series director has denied it because Kiryu went punch a woman.
Oh, right. I feel like that should still be a thing. You just can't use them against half of the cast.
That would be very funny. The chorus kids in Smash Brothers. I know it's not a guest, but
Rhythm Heaven anything like that was
yeah, Rhythm Heaven
such
in
a
general.
Snub. Absolute snub. Oh, I
No
know
one
the
looks
answer to
at
this
Project X Zone 2.
This is an easy answer for me because this one still hurts. Gandalf and multiverses.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't see it happening, and that makes me so sad.
Well, that's okay. Game wasn't that great anyway.
But Gandalf, though.
Yeah. Would you like to see him slower than Brawl Ganondorf?
Kind of, yeah, actually.
No.
If I can You Shall Not Pass the Iron Giant, that sounds amazing. Alright, and I think... I'm sputtering out. I think we're good there.
Okay, if you insist. If you're weak, then that's fine.
Alright, one more question off the top of the head from you. Give me something, anything.
I gave you a question at the very start. I played...
Yeah, and I'm bookending this.
I activate the reversing mirror from Shaolin Showdown. Therefore, you have to answer the question. Because Shaolin Showdown was so... I should talk about Shaolin Showdown sometime.
Okay. What's the ideal... I'm stealing this from Potted Plant. What's the ideal genre for a Popeye game to be placed in?
So I've actually thought about this.
I know.
I've had some significant levels of consideration. I think that the perfect genre for Popeye to be a part of is multi-genre. I think that Popeye should be a cartoon character that walks into other games and then punches them and solves the problem and then leaves. I think that the inherent comedy of having a random beat 'em up moveset that is incorporated into other gameplay styles that do not suit it is very funny and very much fits the humor of the comic.
I can absolutely see that. Just using this as an example, like Mario's trying to run around Bowser, trying to grab the tail so he can throw, and Popeye just comes in and punches him in the face.
Exactly. Well, no, he reaches around, he takes the axe, the bridge starts falling, he starts rebuilding the bridge as Bowser is falling to punch it in a random action sequence.
Oh yeah, that you have me sold. That sounds phenomenal. Okay, and with that, I think we'll close things off.
All right.
Thank you all so much for joining us for another Design Dorks Gaiden. We'll see when the next one happens. I feel like doing one right at the beginning of June is a bit redundant. Because we'll have, like...
Yeah, we'll see. I got 2 weeks. I can beat, like, 8 games.
Alright. We'll see what happens. It would also be nice just to have a short episode for once.
Maybe we can be granted such a fantasy.
But for now... Thank you all for watching. Leave the DDG hashtag comment thingamabobber in the comments of this episode if you want us to cover your questions next time.
Yeah, actually, I have one more question for you. Do you put the pill in first, or do you put the water in first? Because this is very important for the remainder of our friendship.
It's pill water. Like a proper individual.
Like a real person?
Yeah,
that's
like
what
a
I'm
real
saying.
Person.
Oh my god, thank God. Finally,
the pill
some sense
in your
after all
mouth
of this.
long enough for it to dissolve. It takes
exactly.
like half